And here it is, we go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. I hope you're there. The session starts, your company is required. That thing that happens twice a day seems to be happening twice a day now with some increasing regularity. So we might even increase it to 3 times a day. Who knows? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra Malami to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra Malami to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Oh, so there it is right there. So I can still hear the music in the background. So let me just mute that. So there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the Southeastern Yam Yams from Igbo land, the Southeastern Yam Yams from Igbo land. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. My job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So I have a clip of this which I will share with you, but I really um, there's a particular chap, I think his name is Olobodinyo, who is Obasanjo acolyte, who has now moved over to the Peter Obi space to be one of his spokesperson. This is a seasoned, marinated, and satiated within the politics sort of a person. So a real stalwart, a real political juggernaut and genius. So is a Obasanjo acolyte is gone now to the Peter Obi space because he sees Peter Obi as the only direction of travel. So there is that. And then also the body language of Tinubu has somewhat been leaning in the direction of the Anambra guy. So now this latest incursion, is this now fait accompli? Can we now categorically say that Baba Iyabo is endorsing the Igbo man? So Baba Iyabo endorsing the Igbo man, and I have a clip, as I said, of that video where he pointedly made this comment. My job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So quite what we're reading into that, we'll find out shortly. This to find out shortly as well. Chief of Defense Staff Irabo warns Benue Ondo governors against procuring AK-47 for state security outfits. So there it is right there. So this is now the situation we find ourselves in. This is the situation we find ourselves in. So the people are not being defended by the state, and the state is preventing the people from defending themselves. So lamb to slaughter is the only conclusion you can reach. Lamb to slaughter. Chief of Defense Staff Irabo warns Benue Ondo governors against procuring AK-47 for state security outfits. So quite now how the life of the Nigerian is secured is in the lap of God. Federal government to explore appropriate legal option concerning Nnamdi Kanu. So this is Abubakar Malami speaking, and we did say not to celebrate too early yesterday, that knowing the antecedents of the Aboki administration that we have, the hell will freeze over before they let. Do you know how much money they spent to get Nnamdi Kanu? It was well over $1 billion spent getting kidnapping the Igbo guy. So now, well, maybe not kidnapping, but apprehending, I should say. Spent apprehending the Igbo guy. So now you're now asking them to give him up because some silly little judge somewhere is saying that they flouted the law. Since when has a law ever mattered to a Fulani man? Federal government to explore appropriate legal options concerning Nnamdi Kanu, a headline attributed to Uthman Danfodio University, Abubakar Malami. Nigerian government should not twist appeal court ruling on IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. Falana doing as Falana does. So that Femi Falana, of course, moving quickly now to assert a law and order and ensure that rights are not violated. Nigerian government should not twist appeal court ruling on IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. Femi Falana making the headline this time around. So we go from that to this. Appeal court ruling, Nnamdi Kanu must not be released. MIYETTI Allah gives us a contrary narrative. Of course, the expectation is that will be the sort of commentaries coming from those quarters, and they've not failed to disappoint. So they've not really disappointed. They've not failed not to disappoint, I should say. They've not failed not to disappoint. Appeal court ruling, Nnamdi Kanu must not be released. MIYETTI Allah making it clear to their clansmen what they want. Labour Party allies reject PCC list, threatening to pull out of alliance. So there is trouble in paradise within the Labour Party space. These are righteous kumbayaing that we've been hearing from that space for long enough, the nauseating righteous kumbayaing. It looks as though it is starting to hemorrhage somewhat at the seams. Labour Party allies reject PCC list, threaten to pull out of alliance. So quite what that means, we'll find out just shortly. This to find out shortly as well. PDP, I never collected $1 billion from anyone. Your chair, are you now making this assertion? So this was an allegation levied by Yemsin Wike just about less than 24 hours ago, alleging that your chair, are you collected 100 million and subsequently $1 billion from functionaries that were looking for positions within the party. Iocha Ayu moves quickly to clear his name. PDP, I never collected $1 billion from anyone. The criminal from the north, Iocha Ayu. So Iocha Ayu. So this now a storyline that we have been tracking, and it looks as though it has now reached its crescendo. Nigerian Electoral Body INEC publicly. Let's take that again. Nigerian Electoral Body INEC publishes Machina's name on its portal as Yobe North APC senatorial candidate and Senate President Lawan's pipe dream. So it looks as though now the law does have a say within the Nigerian space after all. They moved all they could, but they faltered at the last hurdle. Let me give you from a different headline. APC asked INEC to recognize Machina as Yobe North senatorial candidate. And that is the final nail in the coffin of the electoral career, of the political career of Iocha, not Iocha, hopefully him as well, but in this instance, Babache, not even Babache, in this instance, Ahmed Lawan. So that marks then the final nail in the coffin of an inglorious career in politics by the criminal from the north. So there it is right there, a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it, surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. So kick in. So if you want to join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So this is what is highlighted on the screen right here. So if you want to join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation. That's how it works. It's an open microphone session. And the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that is it right there on your screen. So click on that if you want to come join in the conversation. But make sure you click on like and subscribe. So those are mandatory clicks. You must mandatorily click on like and subscribe. And at your discretion, if you want to join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as we said about the clickings, I'm going to drop another link in the comment section right here. This is for the people looking to super chat or contribute to the platform. As some of you may notice, the super chat function has been temporarily turned off. I am contending that with the platform at the moment, but in the interim, you may want to use this to donate towards or contribute towards the platform. So we are encouraging people to use that, and don't be derisory or offensive. You're not obliged to use it, but please don't be offensive if you do use it. Make it something significant enough for it to inspire the space. So all that. So let me bring you in via the K guys. The K guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. The Kegites, Ikuko Niru Agbeshe in Yoruba language, that's what you just heard, the Yoruba language. The translation is, may death have nothing to do with us. So who would not say amen to that? So I'm saying amen to that, and I hope you are too. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. My job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo was the center of attraction at an event after he offered his seat to Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi. The dramatic incident took place at an event organized to celebrate the national award given to the president of the African Import Bank, Professor Benedict Oroma. In a viral video, the former president was seen calling up Obi, who was sitting at table 9 and then leading him to table 1. The switch was greeted with applause by the audience in attendance. As he went forward to pick the former Anambra State governor from his former seat, Obasanjo said, in the presence of Nigerians, so this is in quotation marks, he said in the presence of Nigerians. After leading Obi to table 1, he declared, my job is done. It will be recalled that Obasanjo is yet to endorse a presidential candidate for the forthcoming poll, with speculations wide that Obi might be his preferred candidate. Prior to the event, the Labour Party flag bearer has been involved in a series of closed-door meetings with the former president. Obasanjo also took part in Obi's meeting with Governor Yemsin Wike and his group in London recently. So there it is right there. And there's a video clip that goes with that. So let me just give you, okay, actually, I'll give it to you at the end of all the readouts. So let me continue with the readouts. And at the end of it, I'll give you just a vignette of what transpired that's led to that viral video. So I'll show you the clip here in contention. Chief of Defense Staff Irabo warns Benue Ondo governors against procuring AK-47 for state security outfits. The Chief of Defense Staff CDS, Lucky Irabo, has reinstated that no state has the authority to buy automatic weapons for its security forces. Irabo on Friday, during a press conference, said this in Abuja after the National Security Council meeting. The meeting was presided over by President Mohamed Buhari. Correspondents reported on Thursday that Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State gave the Buhari administration 1 month deadline to approve his request to obtain an AK-47 license, or he will seek counsel from his people on the best course of action. The governor had made the remarks during the passing out procession of the second batch of the state volunteer community guards at IBB Square in Makurdi on Thursday. In August, Otom promised whilst inaugurating the state security organization's first group of employees that sophisticated weapons will be provided for them. Similarly, Rotimi Akeredolu, the governor of Ondo State, stated the state would buy weapons for members of the Western Nigeria Security Network, also known as Amotekun, in September. Speaking on the development, Irabo claimed that the federal government agencies had the authority to authorize the purchase of automatic weapons like AK-47. Firearms fall into two major categories. You have the automatic weapons and you have the ones that we may classify as non-automatic weapons, which some of you may even have if you have the appropriate licenses. Talking about the pump action, which are the very common ones, and sometimes even the Dane gun some of the hunters use. He said, what is involved in the class mentioned has to do with automatic weapons. There is no state that has been given license for that. So you do not ask for what you do not have the power to acquire. So there it is right there, a clear and unambiguous warning from the federal space. So now that that warning has been issued, subsequently then a guarantee of the life and well-being of Nigerians should ensue. Because of course, the purchase of these things is to provide security for those spaces. So if you are saying they cannot buy the accoutrements for security, then you, by that token, then must provide security for them. So there it is right there. So let's see how that plays out, of course. Buhari would rather see all of you die, of course, than to wage against his clansmen. We all know that. So they continue to shoot you is essentially what the summation of all of that means. Federal government to explore appropriate legal options concerning Nnamdi Kanu. Abubakar Malami taking the spotlight. The federal government, hold on, let me make sure. The federal government to consider appropriate legal options concerning the judgment of the Court of Appeal on the trial of the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, made this known in a statement issued by Dr. Umar Gwandu, Special Assistant on Media and Public Relations, Ministry of Justice. Malami said, for the avoidance of doubt and by the verdict of the court, Kanu was only discharged and not acquitted. Consequently, the appropriate legal options before the authorities will be exploited and communicated accordingly to the public. The decision handed down by the Court of Appeal was on a single issue that borders on rendition. Let it be made clear to the general public that other issues that predates rendition, on the basis of which Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail, remain valid issues for judicial determination. The federal government, he said, will consider all available options open to us on the judgment on rendition whilst pursuing determination of pre-rendition issues. So let's just unpack that before we read the rest of it. Let's unpack a little before we read the rest of it. So we did indicate to that space in yesterday's conversation that you should pause. Don't quite pop the champagne just yet. Nnamdi Kanu is not walking the streets anytime soon, and that is essentially what Abubakar Malami has now affirmed. So that's the affirmation. Pardon me, Thomas is telling me that I'm not being heard. All right, so that's brilliant. So that's the assertion by Abubakar Malami. So let's unpack what he said. So what the Nnamdi Kanu lawyers told us yesterday that had people dancing all over the streets in Abakaliki was that Nnamdi Kanu had been discharged and acquitted. But what Abubakar Malami is not giving us as an interpretation of that verdict is that he was discharged but not acquitted. So those are two separate things, because discharge, of course, an entity, a space, and then acquitted a different space. And what he's telling us that he was discharged on the singularity of the processes that got him from Kenya to Nigeria, which is the renditioning space. But what he's gone on to add, Abubakar Malami, is that the subsisting legal issues that Nnamdi Kanu was contending with pre-rendition, pre-him jumping bail, all of those cases still to be answered. So the slate has not been wiped clean, essentially, is what the Mala is inviting you to recognize. So if the slate has not been wiped clean, and he had already previously jumped bail. What they are giving consideration to is that can he be let free? Which I'm pretty certain they will conclude that he cannot. So that is my understanding of what is being said. But of course, you are welcome to join me on the screen to give me a different interpretation of what is being said. Let me take that paragraph again. The decision handed down by the Court of Appeal was on a single issue that bordered on rendition. Let it be made clear to the general public that other issues that predate rendition, on the basis of which Kanu jumped bail, remain valid issues for judicial determination. The federal government, he said, will consider all available options open to us on the judgment on rendition whilst pursuing determination of pre-rendition issues. So they are going to contend even this judgment handed down by the Court of Appeal, which is to say that that case ultimately to be determined at the Supreme Court space. But it's telling you essentially that Nnamdi Kanu is not coming home. So put the pistol and mortar away, or the pistol, whatever it's called, and mortar away, and leave the pounded yam for a moment. Recall that the court on Thursday in Abuja quashed the terrorism charge brought against Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, delivering judgment in an appeal filed by Kanu. A three-member panel led by Justice Hannatu Sankey in an unanimous judgment held that the respondent, by not responding to the appellant's submissions, conceded to the allegation that Kanu was forcefully renditioned from Kenya to Nigeria. The judgment read by Justice Adedokun Adefope Okajie held that it was necessary for the federal government to prove the legality of Kanu's arrival in Nigeria. The appellate court held that the respondent flouted the Terrorism Act and was also in violation of all known international conventions and treaties guiding extradition process, thus breaching the rights of the defendant. The court further held that having illegally and forcefully renditioned the appellant, the trial court is stripped of jurisdiction to continue to try Kanu. The appellate court held that the federal government action tainted the entire proceedings it initiated against Kanu and amounted to an abuse of criminal prosecution. In general, the court will never shy away from calling the executive to order when it tilts towards executive recklessness. Therefore, the appeal has merit, the appellate court held. Arguing the appeal, Kanu's lawyer, Michael Zokoma SAN, on September the 13th, told the three-man panel that Kanu was first arraigned on December the 23rd, 2015, and granted bail on April the 25th, 2017. He explained further that agents of the federal government, the respondent, had launched a military operation, coded Operation Python Dance, at the appellant's hometown in September 2017, which forced him to escape out of the country to Israel, then to London. He records that on June the 27th, 2021, the federal government forcefully arrested Kanu in Kenya and renditioned him back to Nigeria in the most cruel and inhumane manner. On the 29th of June 2021, the appellant was taken to court by the federal government, where he was rearranged. Following the appellant's preliminary objection to the 15-count charge preferred against him by the federal government, the trial judge, Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court Abuja, on April the 8th, 2022, struck out 8. Our humble submission is that the remaining 7 counts ought not to be retained by the trial court because before the time Kanu was renditioned to Nigeria from Kenya, he was facing 5 counts. Ozokome submitted that, going by Section 15 of the Extradition Act, Kanu is not supposed to be charged without the approval of the Kenyan government. The following 7 counts cannot stand being filed illegally without following due process. under the rule of specialty as envisaged under Section 15 of the Extradition Act. Counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8, which were retained by the Federal High Court, were offenses allegedly committed by the appellant Kanu before his forceful rendition to Nigeria. These allegations of rendition were never denied by the federal government, and you cannot sustain the charge when you extradited the appellant without the approval of the Kenyan government. In addition, Ozokume argued that when charging for an offense, you must mention the particulars and location where the offense was committed. But in this instance, the appellant was charged without stating where the offense were allegedly committed. Kanu's lawyer contended that Section 45A of the Federal High Court Act, with regards to criminal charge, the trial court does not have global jurisdiction. More so, Section 195 and 196 of Administration of Criminal Justice Act state that a charge must have a date, time, and location, etc. He insisted that there was no need for the FHC to retain the remaining 7 counts, and therefore urged the panel to take over the charge and strike them out. The senior lawyer also asked the appellate panel to hold that the respondent has not furnished the court with any prima facie case against the appellant for which he is being charged. Reacting, the federal government's lawyer, David Kawe, urged the court to dismiss the appeal for lacking in merit. Kanu specifically prayed the appellate court to review the April 8 ruling of the trial court, which struck out only 8 out of 15 count charge, insisting that the charge the federal government entered against him had no basis in law. Kanu, in his appeal dated April the 29th and marked blah blah blah, applied to be discharged and acquitted. Kanu equally urged the appellate court to order his release on bail pending the determination of his appeal. Though the appeal was initially fixed for October the 11th, however, following an application, the embattled IPOB leader filed for abridgment of time. The appellate court brought the matter forward for hearing. So the back and forth of it, then the legalities, section XYZ and section ABC. But the upthrust of it and where it all lands is that Abubakar Malami has told you that you can go whistle if you are expecting Nnamdi Kanu to be released. So he's asking you that you can go whistle, but somebody that has no intention of whistling, Nigerian government should not twist appeal court ruling on IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So this is Femi Falana now taking on the legal space. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana SAN has warned that the Nigerian government's argument that there are pending charges against the detained leader of the... So this is a follow-on from Abubakar Malami's argument. The human rights lawyer Femi Falana SAN has warned that the Nigerian government's argument that there are pending charges against the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, at the Federal High Court was a contemptuous mockery of the Court of Appeals judgment, which is binding on all authorities. Falana warned that the Mohamed Buhari-led Nigerian government should not twist the judgment of the Court of Appeal on Nnamdi Kanu. Correspondents had reported that a 3-man panel of appeal court justices had on Thursday upheld the appeal of Nnamdi Kanu, which sought an order of the court to discharge and acquit him of remaining 7 counts charge bordering on terrorism against him. Kanu had, in his appeal dated April the 29th and marked blah blah blah, applied to be discharged and acquitted. Kanu was first arraigned on December the 23rd, 2015, and was later granted bail, blah blah. So it takes us through. So I'm just skimming through all of that to land on this. Reacting to the instance of the federal government that the IPOB leader had pending charges in court, Falana said that the Court of Appeal's judgment was binding on all authorities and persons in Nigeria by virtue of Section 287 of the 1999 Constitution of the Republic. In a release, Falana said, in the case of Nnamdi Kanu versus the federal government of Nigeria, the Federal High Court had upheld the preliminary objection of the defense team led by Chief Michael Zokome SAN and dismissed 8 out of the 15 count charge against the defendant. In its judgment delivered yesterday, the Court of Appeal dismissed the remaining 7 count charge and discharged Mr. Kanu on the main ground that his rendition from Kenya had rendered the entire proceedings in the Federal High Court illegal under Nigerian Constitution and under international law. Consequently, the Court of Appeal ordered Mr. Kanu's immediate and unconditional release from the custody of the State Security Service. Therefore, the claim of the federal government that there are some pending charges against Mr. Kanu in the Federal High Court is a contemptuous mockery of the Court of Appeal, whose judgment is binding on all authorities and persons in Nigeria by virtue of Section 287 of the 1999 Constitution of the Republic. Kanu had been rearranged before a Federal High Court on amended 15. So let me skim through that and see if Falana adds more. So there it is right there. So that's Falana's take that essentially the renditioning is essentially what has worked in Nnamdi Kanu's favor. This is the interpretation that both the Court of Appeal, you have to say, and in this instance, Femi Falana, this is the interpretation that those spaces are inviting you to see. That by virtue of the act of that gross international illegality, it nullifies then every other charge that you may be levying against this guy, because you cannot, through a criminal act, enforce law on a prior criminal act. So this is essentially it. You cannot break the law to enforce the law. It is the layman's understanding of what the Court of Appeal is inviting. And it stands to reason you cannot, through this gross international criminal action, go and capture, kidnap somebody to bring them into a space to ask them then to answer charge. The charges that they are leveling against Kanu is a lesser crime than the crime that they committed to bring him to court. So this is where the Court of Appeal is inviting you to see. So ignore all of that, though, is what MIYETTI Allah will have you have. Appeal court ruling, Nnamdi Kanu must not be released. MIYETTI Allah signals to their clansmen. Pan-Fulani group MIYETTI Allah Kuto Hore has expressed dissatisfaction with the appeal court verdict, which discharged Nnamdi Kanu of terrorism charges preferred by the federal government of Nigeria. The group insisted Mr. Kanu is a terrorist and threat to national security, urging the Buhari regime not to release him from detention. Saleh Al-Hassan, MIYETTI's national secretary, termed the appeal court judgment a miscarriage of justice, stressing they should not make the mistake of releasing Kanu. We are very sad with this judgment. How can a terrorist like Nnamdi Kanu, that have organized the killing of innocent pastoralists, women, children, security personnel in insurrection against the country, be discharged by the appeal court? Mr. Al-Hassan told correspondents. Mr. Al-Hassan further charged the federal government to appeal the ruling. The federal government should appeal that case to the Supreme Court. Nnamdi Kanu is a threat to national security. Setting him free will jeopardize the conduct of 2023 elections. It is going to set a very dangerous signal and bad precedent or precedent to other criminal gangs to continue with their impunity. We are suspecting a compromise in the judicial process, and we believe the AGF will do the needful by appealing that judgment, because the best place for Kanu is to be behind bars, Mr. Al-Hassan told correspondents. MIYETTI Allah's position re-echoes the stance of Attorney General of the Federation Abubakar Malami, who incorrectly proclaimed that the verdict of the appeal court only concerned the illegal extradition of Mr. Kanu from Kenya and does not affect his ongoing trial for terrorism. A three-man panel of the appeal court that sat in Abuja pronounced the manner Mr. Kanu was repatriated to the country from Kenya to stand trial illegal and dismissed the charges put up by the Buhari regime against the IPOB leader. So there it is right there. So firstly, he clearly doesn't understand the law, because every other lawyer sorry, I'm just reading what somebody wrote in the comment section. So it's clear that Abubakar Malami is clear, but not surprising that Abubakar Malami clearly doesn't understand the law, because every other lawyer has a clear understanding of what the Court of Appeal said, but he has a political understanding of law, and what he's signaling is that he has no intention of releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So I hope they don't just go in there and shoot him, but there it is. Labour Party's allies reject PCC list, threaten to pull out of alliance. So there it is. It's starting to hemorrhage at the seams, the house of piety and righteousness. Leaders and allies of the National Consultative Front, NC Front, the umbrella platform of the Third Force movement in Nigeria, including key support groups and the 40 million ballot movement, have rejected the Presidential Campaign Council list released on Wednesday in Abuja by the Labour Party and close associate of the presidential candidate, Peter Obi. The stakeholders and allies of the NC Front Third Force movement, who adopted the Labour Party as its Third Force mega party for the 2023 election in May this year, with over 20 million members, condemned the PCC for accommodating some opportunist infiltrators and political jobbers who will constitute a major liability to the campaign. They also took a swipe at the list for being filled with wrong positioning and placement of members. They also took a swipe at the list for being filled with wrong positioning and placement of members, and for being heavily lopsided due to the lack of due consultation required for such an important and sensitive exercise. In a statement jointly signed by Communications Executive of NC Front Third Force Mega Coalition of Nigeria, Bilikis Bello and Comrade Kennedy Ayare, convener 40 million ballot movement, the group argued that despite sending a robust list of leaders, zonal, state coordinators, and key associates of NC Front to enrich the PCC and make it inclusive and resourceful, the inputs and effort of the NC Front were jettisoned at the final list, was heavily colored by favoritism. The NC Front leadership, stakeholders, and allies are therefore demanding for complete overhauling of the demoralizing and demoralizing PCC list before next week, as the list in some cases include the names of some known active members of PDP and APC and opportunistic elements who are used to reaping from where they have not sown. The leadership and stakeholder of the Third Force movement, however, warned that failure to review and correct the PCC list by this weekend will be followed by a major leadership and stakeholder meeting of all aggrieved allies of the Third Force movement to review the movement's continued alliance in Labour Party which may lead into fresh negotiations with other like-minded political parties and allies who will be appreciative and accommodating of its rescue agenda with full respect for the teaming members and leadership of the Third Force movement. So there it is right there. The coalition starting to hemorrhage. So we knew to further part soon enough. PDP, I never collected $1 billion from anyone. So in your chair, are your claps back at TMC Wiki? People's Democratic Party PDP National Chairman Iyocha Ayu has said he did not do, let's take that again. People's Democratic Party PDP National Chairman Iyocha Ayu has said he did not at any time collect $1 billion from anybody as chairman of the opposition party. Ayu stated this while speaking with journalists shortly after a meeting of the PDP Board of Trustees on Friday in Abuja. Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike, in a recent interview, accused Ayu of collecting $1 billion from someone in Lagos. Similarly, Wike, in another interview yesterday, accused the PDP chairman of collecting $100 million from a governor for the renovation of the People's Democratic Institute (PDI) and allegedly collecting another $100 million from the party for the same purpose. However, Ayu said though he has refrained from responding to attacks on his person in the aftermath of the party's national convention, because he's the father of the opposition party, it is pertinent for him to address the allegations against him. The PDP chairman said, "This is a meeting of the BOT, which I am only a member. As allegations persist, it is an opportunity to clear the air. I decided not to respond, not to encourage altercations in the party. However, I want to make it clear that at no time did I, as the national chairman of the party, collect any $1 billion from anybody." So the devil is always in the language, by the way. So that is quite, because this guy, he has a PhD in whatever it is, even if it's from some ramshack in the north, he still has some PhD. So he understands a language. So the devil is always in the detail, and the detail is always in the language. So listen to what he said. "I want to make it clear that at no time did I, as the national chairman of the party, collect any $1 billion from anybody." So there it is. Collect any $1 billion from anybody is the pertinent part. So that is, collect any $1 billion from anybody is quite separate and distinct from collect any money from anybody. Those are totally different spaces, and he knows the potency and accuracy of language. So this is not a misspeak. This is a pointed speak. I did not collect any $1 billion from anybody. So if you collected 900 million or you collected 1.1 billion, those two situations still makes this statement true. He did not collect $1 billion. He collected 900 million. He collected 1.1 billion. He collected 10 billion, whatever. But he's telling you specifically that he did not collect 1 billion, which stands as a truth in some form, but is it the absolute truth is the question. When we came in and the party has funding difficulties, the presidential candidate suggested we should take a loan from the bank, and the owner of that bank is a member of the party. He has even left the party. The party never took any loan from anybody. Any money advanced to the party was declared before the NWC and handed over to the national treasurer. All our accounts are up to date, and I promised to publish the accounts at the end of the year. So, Iyocha Ayu is inviting you to take him at his words, but is he a man of his words is what Nigerians have already interrogated and concluded on. On today's allegations, I fully briefed the Board of Trustees that one of our governors made a contribution of 100 million naira for the revival of the PDI, which was housed in a porter cabin, and I explained to them that we hired an appropriate place in Asakoro We have furnished it and renovated it. 3 days ago, we went there, inspected it, and the NWC decided that before commissioning, we should invite the governor in question to come and inspect what we did with his contribution. So he's admitting at least to collecting that 100 million naira. So from that to this, Nigerian Electoral Body INEC, let me see, is it the same? So yes, the last story, the last two are the same story. So where do I want to take it from? I want to take it from where is the least read. I don't want to labor through some long essay. So let me just check to see which one has the. Okay, let me take it from the space. It's the same story anyway. So let me take it from the space instead. APC asks INEC to recognize Machana as Yobe North senatorial candidate. The All Progressive Congress APC has asked the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to recognize Bashir Machina as the party's candidate for Yobe North senatorial district. We write to notify the commission of the attached judgment dated the 28th of September 2022 and order dated the 5th of October 2022 from the head Federal High Court Damaturu Judicial Division, directing the commission to accept and recognize Bashir Sharif as the PDP's candidate for Yobe North senatorial district, Yobe State, and to publish same accordingly. The letter reads, above for your information and necessary action, please. INEC had earlier released a list of candidates for the 2023 election, but there was no candidate for APC in the senatorial district. In September, a federal high court in Damaturu, the Yobe capital, had ordered the APC and INEC to recognize Machina as the senatorial candidate for Yobe North. The court's verdict followed the controversy over the APC Yobe North senatorial ticket involving Machina and Senate President Ahmed Lawan. Following the court judgment, the Senate President had said he accepted the verdict of the court and would not appeal it. The said judgment disqualifies my candidature and therefore my participation in the election, Lawan has said. After due consultations with my political associates, supporters, and well-wishers, I have decided not to appeal against the judgment. I accept the judgment. So there it is right there. So fait accompli. So, but will INEC insert though, and should other parties take a stance on this? Because of course, there was a deadline for all parties to submit names, and it was entirely due to their shenanigans in APC that names were not submitted. I wonder what the answer to this would be. I'm sure Thomas has the answer. I know for something, and Engineer has the answer. Enigmatic may have the answer, but he would say it in a long-winded essay. Kulata certainly has the data, and Man of Prestige will tell us that there are 42% of Lagos is Igbo. So there it is, 42% of Lagos is Igbo. So to it, let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, are you ready to go? Man of Prestige. Can you hear me? Okay, Thomas, are you ready to go? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So yes, let me go with you then.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm
ready.
What do you mean you're ready?
I'm ready.
Thomas, are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, calm down. Please don't raise your voice. Can you settle down, please? Settle down.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So yeah. But please, use some form of headphone because we're getting some. What do you mean? We're getting some heavy feedback from you.
I'm ready.
Okay, calm down. Please don't raise your voice. My goodness me. Settle down. All right. So what's going on? No, we can't do this. Sorry, let's go with Kulata. It's too early in the session to be contending with all that. Sorry, Kulata, you Enigmatic, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. Good. Let's go with you. I don't know why the guy is never prepared. He's always fumbling with something or the other. So let me take you to it then and straight to it. Let me actually kick it off. Let me play you this video clip, which trails the first storyline. So let me play you this video clip. This is Obasanjo playing that Ijebu, Egba sort of politics that only he can.
We have belief and we have people to invest in.
Sorry, that was the wrong one. I'll look for it in a moment. But essentially, it is Obasanjo. Oh, I think I
saw the video.
Okay, so to that space then. So the pointed grabbing Peter Obi from the back pages, dragging him to the front to take his own seat and to say my job is done. So he says that, and he says this is for the attention of Nigerians. He goes to table 9 to grab the Anambra guy, drag him all the way up to table 1, sit him in that quite a dramatic fashion that only Obasanjo is capable of, and then announce grandly, my job is done. So what mischief, Baba Yabo, this time around? Enigmatic.
Oh, yeah. So first, I say hello to everyone. And it's Friday. So thank God it's Friday. And I hope everybody will have a very good weekend. Prior to, proceeding with starting with today's proceed, I would say, once again,
a disclaimer.
Everything I say is my word, okay? My opinion, and then my thought process. So how you understand it, how you define it, how you bring it down to the best of your knowledge, I am not responsible for that. So going forward, I would say Baba Yabo, as he's fondly called in Yoruba land, is a very smart man, very confident, and then he can be audacious, most of the time, except people who are not keen political watchers in Nigeria. They will understand the fact that OBJ, it's very clear, one man. We have 3 candidates. Atiku, we already know Atiku's game, and OBJ. So he would rather support even a goat than supporting an Atiku. And then the history between OBJ and Bat, right? So he would rather support even a chicken than supporting a bat. But we all know where he's been going all this while. His men are already working with Obi for a long time. The current DG of Obi's campaign, Dr. Okupe, is OBJ's man. Dr. Oshitokun from Ekiti State is OBJ's man.
Yeah, sorry, I said Ologbondiyan. Yes, it's Oshitokun that I was looking for. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, Oshitokun and a couple of them. So, which makes it very nice. At least he has OBJ as a political heavyweight behind him now. At least if he does not have the stakeholders, the heavyweights from his region, he can have somebody else from other region in the color of OBJ, which is good. So how does it play out eventually? That does not mean he's gonna win the election. Already, he's not gonna win, and that does not mean he's gonna, do better in a certain place. OBJ himself, when you look at his political capital in Ogun State, go and check the results. They are all there. He has never won his polling booth in 2015, in 2019, and he has always supported. Go back to the history of OBJ himself. Historically, he has never supported a Yoruba candidate, and that's why most Yoruba people actually want to have this kind of inclination about him being a true Yoruba, or I don't know how true is that. There's a rumor that probably he has his dad from Southeast or something like that. I don't know how true is that, but that's because of the kind of politics he played. He played the same role against MKO. He did the same against Awolowo. So if he's doing the same thing with Bat, especially considering the fact that they have a very nasty history in the past, it's not going to be surprising to political watchers. So basically, I congratulate the Messiah and the Savior of the Igbo people for having OBJ behind him.
All right. Before we go further in the conversation, are you clear in your reading that Obasanjo is endorsing Peter Obi?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking you. Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm very clear that 100% OBJ is for Peter Obi.
Or, or,
100%.
or, yes, because his body language is reading in that direction. But before we go on, let's examine why he may be endorsing Peter Obi. Because what I am inviting is he endorsing Peter Obi out of a belief in Peter Obi, or out of or has he defaulted to Peter Obi by virtue of who else is available? So, so who else is available? It's either Tinubu or Atiku.
Atiku.
So is he defaulting to Peter Obi because he cannot countenance the other two, or does he endorse Peter Obi because he believes in Peter Obi? By your understanding?
By my understanding, is tilting towards Peter Obi, is pivoting towards him because of a typical OBJ. Like I've said, right? I've said it in my introductory statement. A typical OBJ, go and look at his record. He has never supported anything that comes. He was against MKO. He was even the one, he played a significant role with the likes of IBB truncating MKO's, victory in 1993. Though I was pretty young then, but at least we read the exposés and everything. So a typical OBJ, right? Now he has a big excuse in his hand. The big excuse in the sense that he has an Atiku who he has never trusted, and we've seen everything that he's written about Atiku all over the years. And he has on one side, then on the other side, there's a Tinubu on the other side, right? And you know their history. So by default, who would be the next person? That would be Peter Obi. So it's not choosing Peter Obi because of his political acumen or because of his sterling performance or because of one integrity or credibility. No, he's choosing because of all these considerations. So not because of anything else, because basically when you check all those boxes, he never met all those boxes in the first instance. So the only box he ticked and he checked is just this box of, I cannot work with Atiku. Tinubu is not a person I will work with. I would rather work with a Peter Obi, which is basically the fact.
All right. I'm not far from you in that thought, because I think it defaulted to Peter Obi via a process of elimination rather than any real firm belief in Peter Obi's capacity or capability. Because it is already said one of the two mistakes in his life is Atiku. So that cancels out Atiku. He cannot stomach the guy. And he absolutely, you know their record from when Obasanjo was president and Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, is that hammers and is daggers drawn all the way through. So he cannot stomach Tinubu either. So by process of that elimination, he had to default to the Anambra guy.
Yeah, it's a clear algebra for him. So I understand the fact that a lot of people will probably have a divergent opinion about the fact that OBJ is not supporting Peter Obi. I can say it. Peter Obi is OBJ's project. When you look at Atedo Peter side, right, those people who actually brought Obi to because Obi was supposed to be going to SDP at first. So before they found a party for him in Labour Party. And when you look at OBJ's men infiltrating or already working with Labour Party's structure now, with Obi's structure in the Labour Party now, you understand the fact you are seeing the hand of Esau and the, how do they say? So OBJ and then he was able to meet with Wike, he was able to meet with some other people, even though they actually declined to work with him. To work for Peter Obi as requested by OBJ, and he's still making some overtures to some politicians I know very well in the Southwest to see if they can buy into the Obi narrative. But most of them know what he wants. He wants a colossal a political juggernaut in the Southwest But when you look at even the politicians that he's trying to that are moving over to him now, those are the ones he can actually convince eventually. Like all these Akin Oshitokun, when you look at their relevance in their state, you will see politically they are probably they are floating politically. So the easiest way for them is actually to move with this guy and see how far they can go with that. So basically, I appreciate whoever disapproves of this, my opinion, but I believe 100% that OBJ is basically working for Peter Obi and is behind Peter Obi solidly. That's a fact that I know.
Okay, but what does it mean? Does it add? What does it add on to Peter Obi's journey to Aso Rock? Having the endorsement or backing of Obasanjo. What does that mean in 2022-2023 politics?
Yeah, well, it gives that that presidential campaign some form of let me say national credibility, technically so to say, because of that, because of OBJ's figure, because of OBJ's reputation, and because of the fact that take it or leave it, you can't compare OBJ when you look at this since '99. OBJ still has a very sterling record when you talk about what he's been able to do, achievements and every other thing, and he's still very, very is still very conversant with the political situation in Nigeria. So though it may not really go far, right? His support may not really move mountains or even move a needle, but at least when you see an OBJ behind a Peter Obi, right, that could send some signals like obedience now, right? I believe they are happy with OBJ, seeing OBJ behind him, because those who may be having some kind of maybe some kind of hysteria, or maybe they are kind of hysterical about the fact that how can this go? When they see somebody like OBJ behind him, that will boost their confidence to say, okay, at least we have somebody like this behind him. If you have somebody like OBJ behind Peter Obi, right, and then maybe somewhere in South to see a very big somebody, a nationalistic figure too, like OBJ in South, you see another one in Southeast, or you see somebody else from Northwest and those regions, that will galvanize a little bit of attention and then cover some ground for him, political capital for him. But the only thing now is that OBJ is the only big Iroko that he has behind him, and that's where it stops. So it won't really matter. It won't really go much, and there is because of this fact that I just said, right? OBJ wants a southern presidency, right? Then he has two choices in Peter Obi and then in Bat. So by default, by the politics, by the understanding of what history beckons on the two of them, he would rather go for a Peter Obi than a Bat, because take it or leave it, there are so many things that he could do with Peter Obi now that he wouldn't be able to do with even if he reconciles, right? Let's assume he reconciles genuinely with Bat. Bat is a very stubborn guy. There are so many things he would want him to do that he wouldn't want to do. If he's working with Bat now, he wants some of his men to work for Bat, like Akin Oshitokun, to have a commanding role in Tinubu's campaign, like what's his name, Dr. Okupe, to have commanding role in Tinubu's team. Tinubu will probably jettison them and just push them somewhere. So it's very easy for them in Labour Party, because Labour Party is at the nascent stages through this obese movement. So if they can do something, so the question now is, what I'm scared about is after this election, right? After this election, when the inevitability eventually happens, Obi loses, how is he going to stay in Labour Party to nurture it to prominence with all these men? If the answer is yes, very good, because next election they can create a formidable team at that time. If the answer is no, then it means the effort is just it means the effort is just a wasteful effort. So it doesn't mean
Do you
anything.
really anticipate that, Peter? Because a lot of people would suggest that the Labour Party is essentially a special purpose vehicle for Peter Obi just to straddle his ambition for this particular cycle. And if and when he doesn't become president, then he will move his political journey onwards. Because Peter Obi, by instinct and antecedent, is not of that philosophy of the Labour Party.
Well, when you when you look at his antecedent too, right? When you look at where Peter Obi is coming from, does it look like somebody who is, of course, the Labour Party is a transactional platform for him to achieve, to achieve a political goal. And then after this is done, I see him basically going back to PDP. I would never say him going to APC because the Igbo people don't like APC anyways. They never voted. They've always voted with PDP. So there's every possibility that he will revert back to his to his natural enclave, which is and I know he's not probably going to go back to Abga because of Soludo effect in Abga. So his natural habitat will probably be in PDP, but I do not see him staying beyond this electioneering circle when he loses eventually. He's not going to stay in Labour Party. He's going to move on. So even when he never had issues, he moved from. When he never really had turbulent issues, he moved from party to party. And so when you look at that, by virtue of that, you can say, okay, this is just a transactional vehicle for him to achieve a goal. And then after the goal, after it fails, then he will move back to either PDP or any other political party that offers him a platform.
All right, let me take you from the Peter Obi space, still staying in the East. We go to the Nnamdi Kanu space. So this is where we spent most of our yesterday's session, but there's been development since the conversations of yesterday. Our federal government to explore appropriate legal options concerning Nnamdi Kanu. So this is Abubakar Malami making the headline. And what Abubakar Malami is inviting is that the judgment, his understanding of the judgment of the appeal court is it addresses frontally the renditioning of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria, but it doesn't in any way preclude or affect the subsisting charges against him that predates even him escaping the country. So he still has charges to answer to. Is what Abubakar Malami insists, even though other senior lawyers and other legal understandings of the Court of Appeal judgment is to say that it wipes the slate clean for Nnamdi Kanu. So are you of the thought then that they are essentially signaling to the space, because MIYETTI is already instructing that he must not be released? Are you of the thought that Abubakar Malami is signaling to the space that hell will freeze over before the Abia man is let loose?
Well, you basically captured everything. Hell will freeze over for Buhari to let Nnamdi Kanu leave. But some people were very, without taking the glory, I believe on this platform, in the morning session, I had some couple of colleagues by my side, and I told them about this platform. I think they listened yesterday, and then they were saying they kind of liked the content and everything. So I think I don't know if it was Solly or what piece that made some very brilliant, statements yesterday, and then it actually captures my thought process. First, we should understand the fact that Nnamdi Kanu will be released on political grounds. One. Number two, Malami, on the other hand, we all know who Malami is, right? Malami is an unfortunate attorney general that Nigeria can ever imagine to have. Two. And then number three, we have to understand the politics behind Nnamdi Kanu's detention. When you look at Nnamdi Kanu's situation and Sunday Igbo's situation, very similar. But the only difference is when Igbo had his people behind him. On the other hand, a lot of Nnamdi Kanu people, they gave him a middle finger and they move on. They move on chasing Peter Obi all about. So that's number 3. So number 4 now is with this judgment. The judgment is an acquittal, no doubt about that. Under a reasonable government, in a sane and an egalitarian society that respects the rule of law. I wouldn't believe by this time if he has not been released. Probably I believe they are still perfecting, the papers of his release. Within 48 hours, I wouldn't want to expect him to still be behind the bar. But when we are unpicking all this Nnamdi Kanu situation, is people even actually happy that he's been released? Because the euphoria is not really there. It's like they are kind of there's a tacitone about him being released, like he's coming to spoil their show about Peter Obi and stuff like that.
Well, is that not the reading though? And some will say the intention. Is it not the reading that if Nnamdi Kanu walks the street, it would negatively affect the Peter Obi storyline? And if the government were complicit and Abubakar Malami is just playing some 3-dimensional chess, trying to use whatever it is, some takiya that they do, these Aboki people. So is it not a cause for concern that Nnamdi Kanu will come and dabaru, put some sand in the gari of where the Southeast storyline is at the moment?
Of course, a lot of the Igbo folks will not agree to that, but the fact remains that Nnamdi Kanu will be a man of himself because he has gone too far. He has gone to a certain crescendo, to a certain level that he cannot come back. That's what they do not understand. He's not going to come out now. For instance, let's assume he's been released. He's not going to come out to the street now and say, Peter Obi, I shake your hand, I support you. He's not going to do that because this. Don't you know what Nnamdi Kanu is a phenomenon now to the world? He is known to United Nations. He's known to the US Congress already. They know about him. So he's not going to jettison, his goal for just a political jamboree that he is very intelligent. He knows it's a political jamboree that will not amount to nothing. So that will not stop him from achieving what he needs to achieve. But on the other hand, right, Nnamdi Kanu will eventually regain his full freedom. It may be like that kind of Oshoware's freedom, right? That he will be restricted to certain part of the country. But of course, it will get to that level, but not at this time. What they are doing now is that they are testing the microphone, right? They are doing like click and baiting the Nigerian public to see the mood. Okay, now it's been pronounced because one man. You know how Nigeria operates, right? If some judgment will be handed down when they want those judgments to be handed down by the courts. Who controls the court, right? We saw what happened in Imo State. We saw some very, funny rulings from Nigerian courts, and then they've been adjourning most of Nnamdi Kanu's cases. Some cases they will just adjourn it for 4 months without no cause. But this one, nobody heard about it, right? Like behind the scene, they made some, Kurukere movement, and then here a judgment comes, right? So it means they are playing a high level chess game. So now they've seen that, okay, we've seen the mood. Eventually, I wish he's out now. I would really want him to be out. But does his people actually want him out? One. And if eventually the federal government will release him after all this, their go merry-round stuff, then probably it will be sometime in January or sometime very close to the election. But I know he will be released. Would it not be too high risk if they are ever to disagree with you somewhat? If they are ever going to release Nnamdi Kanu, the window is just within the next 3 weeks. Because if they release him anywhere close to what is already a high octane situation, which is this election,
which is just bubbling, is on a gunpowder, you know, for them to now add Nnamdi Kanu to already that potent mix, that would be too high risk. They can't really seem close to the election now.
One man, like like I said, right? He may have this kind of Suarez, scenario in his hand. They will probably release him and probably restrict him to ABJ, and then give him the free latitude, to have all those things he's been doing from London, then like his broadcast and everything. So imagine within a week, if Nnamdi Kanu comes out and say, "Look, this Obi is a fulefu. It's not for Biafra. It's not so." All those, and his team, his base. One man, there are some Nnamdi Kanu's base. There was a man who was here like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago who was trying to fight Ovie here, saying that he will go to jail 100 times. He doesn't. His mom, his dad, all his family are IPOB people, right? So there are people like that, and for a fact that most of the IPOB base and the Biafran base is morphed into obedience movement now. So it will eat deep into obedience camp, one. And then when Nnamdi Kanu starts making his pronouncements, his daily broadcast and everything, spoiling everything for the Igbo, race and everything, and then that's what they want. They will. I bet it's not going to cause any kind of rancor in the Southeast, like killing people or stuff like that. But it would disrupt the whole environment. And I don't see anything happening like maybe bloodshed or whatever. It's just going to pull people away from this obedience stuff, and then they will achieve what they have to achieve. They will hand him a very restrictive release, highly conditional release. That's what I know, because they've tried it once. He's a dual citizen, so I don't know if he has his British passport with him now. I don't know if he could go to probably the British. Of course, the British people, they don't care. If he's probably an American, he can go into the U.S. embassy and they will take care of him. But I don't know if he can do that and escape from Nigeria, because Ab initio, right? Even when he ran out of Nigeria, I did not see that as violation of his bill. He didn't violate anything, because they were coming to kill him. Just like Igboho, they came to ambush him for death. They were coming for death, and he had to escape. So the rendition that happened in the first instance shouldn't even have been. Is a violation of his rights, fundamental rights, because even when you go into what rendition means and what extradition means, right? Extradition they've tried extradition more than 5 or 7 times with the British government. It was declined because the laws were not actually in tandem with what Nigeria was trying to do.
It will even be declined based on the Aboki's human rights record, a known killer. They wouldn't know who's going to hand anybody to Malam Buhari so they can slaughter him.
So they resorted to what? They resorted to renditioning, because when you look at it, the extradition is an open procedure, under which a fugitive is lawfully, understand that, lawfully, legally, constitutionally, sent to a requesting state where he has committed a serious crime. But under the international law, Kanu has not been seen as a fugitive who has committed a crime in Nigeria. Because for you to commit a crime is a different thing. For you to be framed up for crimes you did not commit is a different thing. For Nigerian government to come into your house and try to kill you, eventually where they killed probably some members of your family, and you escaped, through the maybe skin of your teeth, that is not, it did not do anything. So they have to do this, their funny rendition.
Enigmatic. You said he did not jump bail. On the occasion that he escaped, he did not jump bail. But on other instances before that time, you could legally say he had jumped bail based on the bail conditions they gave him, because it was not supposed to kind of like.
No.
Let me land.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to assemble. It wasn't supposed to be assembling people. It wasn't supposed to be doing so many things that he felt that he did. He went ahead to do. So not until that last minute before you say someone did not jump bail.
No.
Hold on, Enigmatic. So just stop right there, Kolata. Flouting his bail conditions is different from jumping bail. Jumping
Sorry,
bail.
I misspoke. Sorry. Sorry, I meant to say flout his bail conditions. Like you cannot say he did not flout his bail conditions. That's different from jumping bail.
But Showore flouted his bail conditions too. It wasn't meant to be in a gathering of more than 20.
Yes,
and it was always having a mass gathering all over the place.
Yeah, I think the point I was trying to make is it's up to the government to now decide they want to prosecute him for flouting his bail condition. I misspoke by saying jumping bail. I don't know why I was just focused on jumping bail. So that flouting his bail condition, they could had multiple counts of that and use that against him.
Well, yeah, but that's a misdemeanor now. That's not anything.
That's not.
It's just to kind of like keep him, dragging him in jail. I mean, I'm waiting for trial.
Sorry, Enigmatic. Yeah. What we're actually reflecting on is: do they actually want him in jail, or do they want to play him into the politics?
No, they want to just play him in the politics, not in jail. No, they just want to use him for politics. Like they used him in 2019 too. I want to use them again, yeah.
But this is high octane season now, and for you to understand the fact that this is highly political. Do you know? His lawyer, right? They wrote the federal government like 3 weeks ago requesting for a political solution and stuff like that. Of course, under a normal circumstances, they wouldn't say yes to that kind of a request, but they will find a way to come around it. When this judgment when they hand this judgment down on his behalf, then you can easily say, okay, this is probably what they've been working towards. But the fact remains that how does this affect the Southeast? The Igbos, the Biafra, the Apobians. How does this affect the obedience and the Peter Obi's presidency? That is left to be seen in the next couple of days. But I know for a fact, if Nnamdi Kanu is released as a free man like Showore now, even though with some conditions, of course, it will affect Peter Obi's traction in a certain way, because a lot of Peter Obi's, Nnamdi Kanu's IPOB and Biafra folks, they moved naturally by default to Obi's movement. And then they will recoil when this guy comes back and start probably issuing statements.
If it's released, Enigmatic, if he is released, are you envisaging that he will be released with conditions? And if that is what you imagine, what do you imagine those conditions are likely to be? So if it's released, do you think that it will be with conditions? And if it is, what do you suspect they might be?
I wouldn't expect a reasonable government not to release him with condition. Even though you release him with condition and watch what he will do in the next 6 months, or maybe you can review it, maybe quarterly or periodically, right, to see what he will do. But of course, the conditions first will be I will restrict him to a certain, like probably I will restrict him to Abuja first, where they can watch him. Right? If he goes to Southeast, it's probably going to cause some problems over there, because that is his base. And then you have the issues of the ESN. You have the issues with some governors who may probably not. So the best option is give him a conditional bail to stay in ABJ, confiscate both his passports, Nigerian passport and his British passport, have a high level, undertaking statement and undertaking like MOU with his legal team, so that we do not want fight, we do not want trouble, we don't want this to spiral down. You don't want in the Southeast. Now that you are out, all we want is preach peace. And if you want to go after whoever you want to go after, make sure, right, it does not lead to bloodshed or stuff like that. We give you the opportunity to broadcast, to have your YouTube, to have all those your social media handles. But please, we do not want this. We do not want this. And these are the consequences of your actions when you do this. So he will probably weigh his options. He's been there for over 2 years or thereabouts, and he knows quite well that even those people that he was fighting for in the Igbo land, they basically gave him a middle finger and they walked away, chasing somebody else. So now he will think about, does he have to go to another 2 years or go get locked up again because of all these folks that he was fighting for eventually? So he will have to think about that.
If they release him, there will be the obligatory medical plea that he wants to go for medicals abroad, because this is the usual go-to. You know, that's going to come. So,
yeah.
what do you think they will have to accede to that on
human
rights?
No, they won't. The government is not a politician, right? And if they have to do that, look, if they have to do that, they will give him the this guy, this northern man, what's his name? The guy that was locked up by Buhari for almost 5 years. Exactly.
When they escorted him to India,
they will escort you to a defined hospital wherever you are. So they will not let him go to maybe UK or all these European. They will probably take him to maybe India or some kind of countries where they have lawless place where they can mess with him when he tries to do some crazy stuff. So that's what they will do if eventually it gets to that level. So there are so many tools you can use, within the purview of the law to this already, one man, to curtail Alagidi, all the stubborn folks. You know how to do that. So
all right, brilliant. Let me take you to another space and then I'll move the conversation on. So this is a story that we have been following all the way through, as you know, Kulata, enigmatic, being a stalwart of this space. So that Yobe North senatorial space, it looks as though there will be an APC name on the ballot after all, but it's not going to be Ahmed Lawan. It's going to be a new name entirely. So it looks as though this Machina, he has held firm and held his own. He throws up the hand of Surrender Lawan, and APC invites INEC to honor the court judgment. So what are you then making of that space? The end of Ahmed Lawan's political career. He's been in the Senate since 1999, by the way.
Right. You can say this is the end of his legislative career, in the National Assembly. But is this the end of his political career? I will probably dare to say no, because never say never. And then don't forget the fact that this guy is the baby of the cabal. You know what I mean, right? So they will always find a way for him to swim. They will find a water for him to swim regardless. And then this is a very good one from eventually. I will say they do not have a choice, because this shouldn't have been an issue in the first instance, right? The only person who has made it an issue and maybe allowed this to drag to this embarrassing level is the APC national chairman, that man, Adamu. Adamu is Lawan's man, Friday, and then they belong to the same team, the team of the cabal in the Aso Rock. So at all costs, they want to find a soft landing for this guy. But Machina, from day one, he's been highly reluctant. He's been so obstinate about his decision. He's been recalcitrant. It's just like Wike. No matter what you do, and then you can tell he has some big men behind him too. So it's like two big elephants, fighting now. So he has some quote and unquote unseen big figures behind him. Just like Lawal is a big figure on his own, that he has the cabal behind him. So it is a game of who blinks first. But at the end of the day, now it's becoming like an embarrassment to APC. They've dragged on for too long, and they just have to say, okay, you know what? Since the judge made a pronouncement, at least Lawal he still has a chance, a right now under the law to appeal. But he declared that he's not going to be going to the appeal court because, look, even
why do you think he has done that? Do you think somebody has given him some assurances?
One man, the case, it will fall flat on his face if he goes to appeal court. That case does not have any leg to stand on. No leg the case is not standing on any leg. And let's assume if they will actually do some, their abracadabra in court, right? If it goes further than that, there's no abracadabra in this case when it gets to that level, because it is so clear. in Akwa Ibom's case, why they are still able to maneuver the situation is because they did at least a kind of a mock, even though it was a backdoor, right? A backdoor primary that Akpabio and his men did. At least they still have something to show for that. The same thing that happened in Ebonyi State, right? But in this situation, this guy did not even show up at all. So if the case were to actually be flipped on the other side, it would even be the second person who was the co-runner, who is the contestant with co-contestant with this eventual guy now, Maina, what's his name? So Machina. So Lawal was never on the picture, was never there. And then pointedly, right, Lawal never goes home. Do you know he has never gone for any of his primaries. It is usually the state governor in the state, in Yobe, that delivers for him and they send results to him every time. That's what they do. But because of the fact that he has some disagreement, it's not in good terms with the governor of the current Yobe state. That's why all these things happen now to him. And that, of course, he has some issues with Tinubu. And then it was a lot of situations that worked against him. So if even he had gone to court, he would have lost in court, and he doesn't want that kind of a further embarrassment. So he just have to put. But I believe there will be a political soft landing for him. So there's no way APC will regain government without the consideration of Ahmed Lawal, regardless of the situation, regardless of whatever that is happening between Lawal and Ashwaju, right? If APC regains the power, if Lawal's name, right, is submitted by Buhari himself, they would not have any choice but to honor that. They may not really give him something good, but at least he will still be somewhere, making the nation. But of course, that is the end of his legislative career. Is this the end of his political life? I don't think so.
All right. And do you think INEC should accept the name of this guy back because of course the opportunity to upload names onto the INEC portal, it has elapsed.
No.
And this guy is it's actually the fault of the party. They were trying to play smart Alec, and it's backfired on them. So why should the political process be held back just for their purposes?
Because any action taken, right? Any action taken contrary to any action taken within the purview of the time the case was still in court would be subjudicial, number one, and it will be ultra-virus to the provision of INEC and the Constitution itself. So the ground norm is what they're actually working with, which is the Constitution, right? So now, under the law, APC, they've not had a candidate. Their candidates are still in court fighting through the legality of who is going to be the rightful owner of that ticket. So there has never been a day that INEC wouldn't request for APC's candidate. So INEC we have his name. INEC will do their job by requesting to have this name eventually and then publish his name. So they don't have any choice. They have to go by the rulings of the court. Because any action they would have taken before this time would have been subjudicial in the first instance.
All right, brilliant. All right, stay with us. Let me go on from you, Enigmatic. Let me go on to the person that they always conflate you with, which is Kulata. So, Kulata, you're up next. Are you ready to go, or do you want me to give you a moment?
Yeah, let me go. I'm ready to go.
All right, brilliant. So to it then, the endorsement, almost categorical. My job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So it's quite pointed. This is a guy that traveled all the way to London to go and hold Peter Obi's hands for photo opportunity. And at the next instance, he goes to pick Peter Obi up from seat table 9 to bring him up to table 1. So should we spend any more time still speculating on if Obasanjo is endorsing Peter Obi or not? Or should we take that as a given and do the permutation from there? Kulata.
But were we speculating before? I thought it was a known fact that Obasanjo, has been supporting Peter Obi all along. The writing was all over the wall. So, I think we should, anybody that has any doubt because Tinubu visited Obasanjo. Please remove that doubt. Obasanjo is fully obedient. Obasanjo introduced Obi to the British government long before everybody knew about this. You know, Obi went to, what's the name of that? Your own White House, Downing Street.
Downing Street.
So look, so whatever will make Obi win, Obasanjo has been there for him, trying to strike deals for him. I think it wasn't by coincidence that Obasanjo was in London when Wike and Obi went to meet in London. So Obasanjo has linked him to IBB and all the power brokers. So from a godfatherism perspective, Obi has that endorsement, because Obi has also met with IBB, has met with Abdul Salam. The only person I've not seen him meet with is Danjuma. But the owners of the country have given Obi the thumbs up. But what does that mean? Doesn't mean much, because they also gave Atiku Abubakar the blessings in 2019. They never wanted Buhari back, FYI. So I won't be surprised at some of the frustrations that Buhari even experienced, or some, I mean, I don't know, this is unfounded, so let me just say. But they never supported Buhari. But the cabals, the so-called owners of the country, are in support of Obi. Now, what can Obi make out of it is the next thing, because he's still in a third party. He's still not APC or PDC. Those still right against him. And it still doesn't mean the cabal support is unilateral. They can support many, they can support many candidates. But OBJ, you can be unequivocal about it. The support is fully with Obi, fully.
Okay.
And there's nothing bad in that.
No,
why?
But, yeah, no, nothing bad in it. But why is the question?
Why? I mean, there are many reasons. Many reasons. I mean, I will even call some reasons that the likes of my father and co will say. Number one reason: Obasanjo is a nationalist. He's a Nigerian to the core. And he's also a nationalist to the detriment. I mean, not to the detriment, because it's not really detriment. He's also a nationalist. He doesn't look at his own, he doesn't look at tribe. So based on justice or fairness and equity, I know I'm going to sound like a Afenifere now, it should be the Southeast turn. Like when you think about any of the big groups in our latest, is it Fourth Republic or whatever, the Southeast, I think the best they've had was Senate president. So if you want to look at it from that angle, it will not be fair for the likes of Obasanjo, that is a nationalist, to support Yoruba or to support Fulani or to support any other big group. So I think that's number one reason. Number two reason, which is unfounded, is I think I've heard one of my dad's friends say this, which is, I don't know, but they think Obasanjo has a personal character trait where he wants to be the most glorified Yoruba man, even above Awolowo. That he wants to see himself, or he sees himself as the greatest Yoruba man, and he will not support anyone that will kind of like move that needle in his own mind. But that is what's like stuff I've heard from one of my dad's friends that I was laughing. But is there something to it? I don't know. I really don't know. Number three, Obasanjo loves to control people. He loves to control people, and is one of his shortcomings. He loves to control people that he put in Jonathan and the guy that died, Yaradua, in there because he could control. Duke was the one he was supposed to put in there, but he saw he could not control Donald Duke, because Donald Duke had charisma. Donald Duke had a mind of his own. He shanked. He did not consider Duke. He brought in Jonathan to come and be vice to Yaradua. So I feel Obasanjo definitely cannot control Atiku. I mean, we've seen that before. Definitely cannot control Tinubu. That's, I mean, they're arch enemies from the past. So if you want to think about which candidate Obasanjo can control that will still be sucking up to Obasanjo, seeking his counsel, and so on and so forth, that will be Peter Obi. So I've kind of like given like 2 serious reasons and 1 useless reason why Obasanjo will support Obi.
All right. Okay, but I see it somewhat as a process of elimination. Just because he cannot stomach. And why would he?
He cannot control. I don't think his stomach is a matter of control for Obasanjo.
Yeah, but why would he support somebody that Obasanjo must be clear that Peter Obi cannot become the Nigerian president. So, and why would he want to endorse him?
Because Obasanjo has been nursing this ambition of creating a third force for a very long time. And this is the closest he's getting to a realistic third force. So that's actually reason number 4 for Obasanjo to support Obi. So
is he using Peter Obi to create that space? Is that what it is?
Yes, he's using Peter Obi to create that third force because he's always been trying to create the third force. He's written tons and tons of letters about this is third force dreams and all. And this is the most realistic shot for a third force in the country. So that's another reason, strong reason for Obasanjo to support Obi. But I mean, some of the reasons make sense. Like, okay, Igbos have not been president before. Yeah, it's for fairness and equity.
I want us to move away from all this fairness and
but we still have to talk about this. This is part of the narrative. You can't ignore that narrative.
Fairness and equity in politics.
See, if you call yourself an elder statesman, right? Someone that has been president, you love the unity of the country. You were involved in returning to civilian government in 1979. You came back from prison, blah, 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 fairy tale story. Yeah, he can now say, yes, I want to be fair. So I want to be fair. So it's these people's turn. But like, it's not just that. There are other things laid out to him. There's his own pride in there. The fact that he wants to be relevant, that he can bring in a third force, the fact that he's a control freak, he feels he has a puppet he can control, and also the non-serious reason why, like I said, that maybe he wants to be the greatest Yoruba guy alive are dead, so you will not maybe support a Tinubu that has the potential to untop him. So those are some of what I'm seeing. You may not like the reason, but those are just how I think.
No, I mean, we are speculating that way. But let me take you into the Nnamdi Kanu space. So, with all the euphoria and excitement of yesterday, of course, some of us that may know better, it would have been cruel to try and dampen the enthusiasm that when the story broke and on the whole of the Southeast, who's at your door? Are you ordering Uber? Yeah, is that Uber Eats? What did you order? Uber. Look at this guy. All that enthusiasm of yesterday. No, we didn't want to dampen it. I didn't want to dampen it, but some of us that are long in the tooth of the political space, we knew, of course, that the empire will strike back. So this is Abubakar Malami now, the empire striking back. And he's now saying that federal government to explore appropriate legal options concerning Nnamdi Kanu. And he's saying that his understanding of the judgment of the Court of Appeal is quite narrow and specific, and it doesn't let Nnamdi Kanu out of the detention camp, nor does it negate the charges still subsisting. So what are you then making then of the federal space interpretation of the Court of Appeal judgment, Kulata?
I mean, this whole kind of thing is politics. It's all politics. They're going to wag the tail, because look at it this way: if you wag the tail, you release Kanu and you keep him in jail, in detention, it's going to create issues in the Southeast. It's also going to affect the election. If you release Kanu and set him free, even if it's limited freedom, and he goes back out there, it's still going to create issues in the Southeast. So whether you go north or south, messing around with Nnamdi Kanu only has one goal: to dampen Peter Obi's momentum and potentially create some voter apathy in his core base, because it will be injustice if appeal court says they've released Obi and Malami is now still fishing around for additional charges to who came around. Then He's been freed by a court, and then yet he's not free. So people that support him are going to be all up in arms. They don't care about politics. They just want their guy to come out. So as long as the government went to disturb Kanu where he was sitting in jail, they've already kind of like played a number on Peter Obi, whether they eventually release him or not. If they keep him, people will be mad. If they release him, Kanu will be Kanu. And Kanu being Kanu just means he just has to do the default things he's doing. Nothing more than that. It doesn't have to change his stance. He just needs to continue supporting what he's supporting and saying he doesn't believe in Nigeria, he doesn't do this. And he just continues that as long as he's out there making noise, focus will change, because there are many people, especially in the Southeast, that have this, divided affiliation. Like, many people want to be in Nigeria with an Igbo president. Many, at the same time, the same set of people will also like a Biafra. So they're kind of like caught in two extremes. And once you're caught in two extremes, at the end of the day, it's going to weigh you down. It's going to weigh you down from basic decision making. When Kanu was sitting quietly in jail, it's easy to support Peter Obi. It's easy to coalesce around Peter Obi. If Kanu is out, or if they do Kanu bad by releasing him and not releasing him, then you'll be mad. And then who cares about Nigeria? Who cares about Nigeria to be even thinking about electing the Nigerian president from Southeastern extraction? Nobody will care. So the government went to wag the tail. And I think is a bad, it's politics. That's exactly what they're doing. So Malami is just going to make a lot of blood boil, but we know who that favors. We know who that goes against. It goes against Obi. Now, I can't technically say who benefits the most between a Tinubu and a Atiku from this experiment, because at the same time, if Kanu disrupts the Southeastern votes, if he suppresses votes, Atiku is still not getting those votes anyway. But at the same time, it's not like Tinubu is adding net new votes. I think at the end of the day, it may benefit Tinubu marginally more than Atiku. But it's just bad for Peter Obi, in my opinion.
You see, my understanding is if Nnamdi Kanu comes out and it continues to retain as it always has been, then that would it will lead to somewhat of some sort of voter apathy, because yes, so the people that would have been voting for Peter Obi for reasons of tribal loyalty, if Nnamdi Kanu comes out with his still insisting on his Biafra space, the people that were loyal to him that would have voted for Peter Obi, they will now not vote for Peter Obi, but then they will not vote at all. So it's not as though they will take their vote to somebody else. They will just not vote at all.
They will just not vote, because there won't be an excitement for a Peter Obi when Kanu is back. And Kanu knows how to rile his base. He knows how to rile the spirits. He'll start talking. He doesn't even have to attack Peter Obi. He's attacked Peter Obi in the past, calling him gay and saying all sorts of bad things about him. So he doesn't even have to go to all that level. He just needs to get back on Radio Biafra and start making those noise. And then, the euphoria of Obi will naturally just die down in the Southeast, and you will have low voter turnout, as opposed to what will have happened if Kanu wasn't let loose. And now, if you do Kanu injustice again, like the way Malami is going about it, if you do him injustice, people will get mad. They will get mad about Nigeria, and then the likes of Samuel Ekpa can say no election in the Southeast, and you know exactly what that's going to result in. So it's just a bad. They're just using Kanu as a pawn to kind of like get at Peter Obi's election. It's politics. It's politics, and the result is going to be voter apathy.
If he is going to be released, Nnamdi Kanu, where do you see the window? Is it immediately and right now within the next 3 weeks, or is it just at the 11th hour of the elections? Where would you, if you were playing that politics?
If I was playing the dirty politics, I will not release him last minute. I will release him right about now, between now, I will make sure it's like nothing more than 3 months to the election, because I will want to unleash him and I want him to build back his base. If I unleash him too close to the election, I won't have enough time to get the impact that I want. So I'll kind of like let him loose and let him get back into his groove. I'll give him some space and some distance to get more confidence, and then he'll now start rattling, and I will leave him alone. That's what I'll do if I was like strategizing against. But if I release him too close to the election, it's just gonna be, oh, Kanu is back. Then people I'll be doing it won't get the, if I want maximum effect, I will not get maximum effect if I release him way too close to the election, because I need him I need him to marinate that space with a lot of hits. Exactly, with a lot of hits, and let it sink in. And people will now start no longer believing in Nigeria as opposed. But I'm not a bad guy. But if I was a bad guy, that's exactly what I would do.
What do you mean you're not a bad guy? We know you here. They are the baddest of the bad ones. So thank you. So to the Yobe North senatorial space, a story, as you know, Kulata, we have been trailing all the way through, but it looks as though it has now reached its conclusion, and I am marking the end of Ahmed Lawan's political career, because irrespective of whoever becomes president, this is the end of him. I would suggest. What says you, Kulata?
No, Lawan is done in the Senate. If Tinubu gets in, I don't think it will be preferred, but they'll look for something to settle him, as long as that Senate that chairman is there, that APC chairman. But I feel Tinubu will want to get rid of that. If Tinubu becomes president, Tinubu will want to get rid of that APC chairman, and given that, Lawan probably will not get anything, because the only way they can guarantee Lawan gets something is if they inject Lawan into Tinubu's campaign council right now. If Lawan doesn't make Tinubu's campaign council, nothing for him. Nothing for him. But if they force Tinubu's hands and put him in the campaign council, he stands a chance. But when Tinubu settles down, he's going to get rid of that APC chairman and also Lawan. Because of course, you know how they tried to play him during the primaries. So you can't keep that APC chairman and Lawan near your corner, given what they've tried, even though we know politics works that way. So if Lawan is toast in the Senate, and Lawan is probably toast if he doesn't make the campaign council. So I guess I need to see if he's listed, included in that campaign council, before I give him any fair shot. But his days of having like an oversized role in our politics is done. He will play a marginal role if they bring him into the picture, but nothing for Ahmed Lawan. He's done since 1999. Come on, man. How many years is that? 23 years.
Yes.
It's done.
But what sort of a life is, not to feel sorry for these people, because whose sympathy do they deserve? But look at this guy that he's used to, as soon as he gets out of his bed, there's a convoy of Nigerian state at his behest. Now he has to go to the market to buy his own chicken and cook it.
This was a lecturer. This was a lecturer in 1998. Since that 1998, he's been living life of luxury since, like official car, official entourage.
Yes,
day in, day out,
official everything.
Official house. He doesn't know what normal life looks like anymore. For 23 years, he's not known normal life. Like this is, this will be a rude shock. But think about how much he will have stolen. How many committees? How many committees? How many influential committees will that guy have stayed in? How many companies will have greased his elbows in those committees? You know how much they make in all those influential committees? Like he will be swimming in millions of dollars. So he doesn't have to suffer anymore, but it will still change, because even if you have your own personal money, you can't replicate the clout that all this entourage, federal this gives you. You can't get that now. Nobody's opening your gate to enter Senate. Nobody's doing all that stuff for you. Your sa is just limited to a private space. So it's still going to.
You have to pay for it with your own money now.
You pay for it with your own money for the something you've been getting for free. So he will have to adjust to private life. I mean, money can't get him all those things just like that. He will have to adjust. But I'm at 23 years. How about now?
That's a lot. Oh, somebody would have been born and gone through university all the while this guy has been in the Senate. Unbelievable. And what contribution has he made? Not a single
nothing.
One.
What bill is in his name?
But now he has nothing to lose. This last minute, he will steal more than he has ever stolen before.
I mean, he's not in an executive post, so the stealing in Senate. Well, maybe this last budget that is
this last budget now, the biggest one so far.
Is the last budget? Yes.
Yeah, it's their last budget. Thank you, Kulata. Let me take the conversation on and let me move it in the direction of let's go for man of prestige. See if it's available now. I hope you settled in man of prestige.
Yeah, I'm available.
All right, brilliant. So back to you then. We were speculating as to what Obasanjo's game is. It's almost not having verbalized it. It's almost categorical that is endorsing your homeboy, you being from Anambra yourself. So Obasanjo, my job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So people are no longer speculating if Obasanjo is endorsing Peter Obi or not. I think that is a given now. There's a clear understanding that he is. But the question people are asking now is why. So why do you think then Baba Yabo is endorsing the Igbo man?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody on the platform. It's nice to be here, twice today. Point of correction, one man. I'm not from Anambra. I'm from Imo State, and Obi is my principal.
All right, beg your pardon. Carry on.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we have been speculating a long time ago that he's endorsing. Of course, he has come out and said. I don't know. I read that he said he's not going to endorse anybody, openly. But you can tell that he wants to be in there, So it's not really a surprise. I mean, that's been happening even when they went to London, and he has introduced him to some of the Kaba in the in the north. So there has been an evidence there. You can tell about what's going on and the video just showed today about him standing up for Obi and all that kind of thing. I think I look at Obasanjo as a nationalist. That's the way he's not a tribal. He's the least tribalistic person. He wants to leave a legend saying that like somebody was saying. He has an ambition to form a third party or whatever, to have a third party to become an influential in the Nigerian space. Maybe that's where he's angling. Whether he's going to win or it's not going to win, but at least he's going to make an empire by introducing a third party. Because I'm thinking whether it be win or not, a third party is here to stay. That's what I'm thinking. It may not be Labour Party, it may be another party because of the way Nigerian space is right now. There's always going to be a third, fourth, maybe even fourth. It's not probably, maybe the two party we have right now has a structure already, but other ones we start building from whatever structure they have and mobilizing. So that's the angle I think of.
Do you think if Obi does not win, do you think he will stay with the Labour Party and help build that third force, or do you think Peter Obi is just using the Labour Party as a special purpose vehicle for this particular ambition, for this particular exercise? Do you think he will stick with the Labour Party, sink or swim? Or do you think if he doesn't win, he will jettison and go back home to the PDP?
I mean, I'm not a mind reader, but...
No, speculate, yeah.
Right, just a speculation. If I have to get from what I've known about Obi, I mean, I don't know him that much, just from his governance and everything. I don't think he's going back to PDP. That's what I would say. He's probably, I don't know if he's going to stay with Labour Party. There might be another party that's going to form, but going back to PDP, I mean, there's no bad blood between him and the PDP. If you look at how, the kind of person he is. And there's a picture that came up the other day where him, Showore, even at all, everything Showore been talking about him. I don't know if you saw it, one man, they hug and embrace each other. I'm talking about a real hug, okay? Women, we don't hug like that. They hug too close. I thought that was too close.
I don't like to. Men should not hug frontally. This is something that I've never really been comfortable with. at the most, you know that shoulder thing when you use your shoulder and then he comes. But men should not hug frontally now. What do you want?
I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny. One man. It seems like
I know you're a bit funny in America.
You know, it seems like Shogore. It seems like Shogore kissing me.
No. Steady. Settle down.
No. I don't mean that kind of kiss. But to me, I think it was very close. I'm not.
You know that Nnamdi Kanu has already started rumors about Peter Obi. So don't.
I'm not. I didn't go there. I don't even think about that. Okay. All I said it was very close. That's all I said. I wasn't even thinking about that.
All right. Leave the case into one side. But
yes,
no, will it jettison the party? Is what I'm asking you to speculate.
Yeah, just a speculation. This is just my own guess. Okay. I don't. Is he going to jettison the party or not? If I have to guess right now, this is just mine. I think he's going to stay with the party and make it more formidable if he doesn't win. But I don't see him going back to PDP. It's not because there's a bad blood, in them. But you can never tell because all this, they're all politicians. How many times has he moved? So many times. So they're all politicians. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You can go back. But this is my own indication. I guess that he might stay with this party. He might stay with this party because like a movement going right now. So people are going to clamor. I don't know how many he's going to lose to youth or whatever is mobilized right now. I'm thinking he's going to stay with with the Labour Party, try to make it better. Maybe for the next election, for the next upcoming election, whatever it's going to be. That would be my guess. It's just a guess, okay, one man. But believe me, I can't put my money in any of these politicians where they go, where they are.
All right. To the Nnamdi Kanu space, Abubakar Malami trying to dampen the enthusiasm somewhat, giving a reinterpretation of what seemed just yesterday a clear judgment. Discharged and acquitted were the pronouncements from the appellate court. But what's his name? The Malam from wherever, from Kebbi, he's saying that the Fulani interpretation of the appeal court judgment is continue to hold him in prison. So what do you then make of the Uthman Danfodio University graduate insisting that the uneducated man from Umuahia is not going to leave DSS custody?
Yeah, I think some of the lawyers, what's his name? I think he has made some, very valid points, referring to what is legal and what is not legal. I'm not a lawyer by no means, but the simple knowledge I got is that how can you discharge somebody, without acquitting the person? Because my understanding and acquit is that, it means they are legally free from the, from the accused, whatever, or innocent by the court, and discharge means, you are legally ordered to be released. So how can you be ordered to be released and not acquitted? So I'm trying to, understand the difference between those words. So, but anyway, everything is just very confusing because remember what man yesterday we was talking about it. What is the reason why they're trying to release him at this time? So we was kind of speculating: is it politically motivated or it's just the rule of the law, which we know there's no rule of law in Nigeria. So. Like I speculated yesterday, they might have released him, for political reason. They're just waiting for Buhari to make a decision, when to release him. So it's just kind of different speculation we're speculating. I don't really know because right now, I'm happy they release him, but Nigeria, Nigeria, there's no law. I mean, if you look at what will happen, extraordinary rendition. There's no way because that's supposed to truncate any kind of offense that he committed before or any kind of charges. Because there's no way, he would have been in Nigeria, even with the previous charges. If you look at what happened from what I read, it was only 7 charges, and it has been amended several times up to 15 charges right now. So the charges doesn't even make sense according to international law. That the extradition was illegal to begin with. So it was based on that, and he should have been acquitted completely. Of course, Nigeria, there's no law. It's like a banana republic where we live in right now. Everything is just very confusing. I don't even know what to make of it. Whether it's going to be released or it's not going to be released. And like some people earlier said, I think what Kulata said, they may have done that for political reason. Just to mess up the Obi ambition. Up to that extent, I don't know what kind of effect that's going to have. If it's going to come out and start doing what he used to do, agitating for Biafra, case. I mean, like I said, I support some of his reason, but because of the marginalization of it. But when it comes to Biafra space, that's where I disagree with him. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen. I can't stay here, start permutating whether it's going to have effect or not, not going to happen, because I don't know if it's going to be released. Or it may be a political. If it is political, then you know that Malami is playing a political game right now. Try to just see what the space is going to like. You know how they kind of try to see how these people, the Nigerian space is going to talk, whether it's good to release him or not. Maybe that's what they are wrangling right now. Everything is just a speculation. I can't really say what's going to happen. So we see what happened. But I was listening to something earlier. One man, I think it was the lawyer. He said, I listened to the lawyer in one of the spaces in Nigeria today. I think it was earlier before, maybe about an hour ago. He said, Nnamdi Kanu will be speaking to people, will be speaking tomorrow. That he was, where will he be speaking when he was released, or he's going to be speaking from the prison? But he'll be speaking tomorrow. I mean, that's what I read. So we'll be looking forward to see what's going to happen when he speaks.
Oh, all right. Who said that? Is that Michael Zokome? Is it?
Yeah, the light skin guy, the lawyer, the light skin one.
Ejiofor. That's his main lawyer. Yeah.
Right. That's what he said. I read. Yeah, I heard him speaking. It's not even that I read. I read it. I heard him speaking. He said he'll be speaking to. He didn't say he's going to be released, but he said he's speaking to us tomorrow. Yeah, that's what he said. He's speaking to Nigerians tomorrow.
All right. All right. And a brief commentary on the Yobe North Senatorial District space. It looks as though what is called Ahmed Lawan has raised the white flag of surrender, and Machina now takes that ticket. So what are you then making of this? The surrender of Lawan, which then means whoever wins the elections in 2023, Ahmed Lawan is not going to be in any active post in Nigerian politics come 2023. The Senate president, his last hurrah. What are you making of that? Prestige.
I think the handwriting has been on the wall. He probably knows right now that he has no choice. I mean, there's nothing he can do. That's why he's accepting the verdict. Said, okay, just go ahead, and let's go with this. I don't think he has a choice, believe me, because if he has a choice, I think he has tried everything impossible, to ascend to that place, but it was impossible. So that's why he's kind of agreeing, so go ahead and do this, but it's the right thing to do, I mean, that man, like you said, that man has been in the that man has been in the government for 23 years, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a long time, like you said. I mean, a lot of kids have been born, graduated from college right now. I mean, who knows how many has stolen? So it's not about money. It's probably going back there. Probably wanted to go back there for power, not definitely about money. So it's about time that that comes to an end. I think he tried all possible best to come back to the government. I don't know, come back to government just for power. How when it comes to Nigerian space, being in power is everything. You have bodyguard, you have people that, of course, it's money. He has embezzled, can afford that, but that's a different kind of power. That's a personal power.
Is it a case of he tried to play the space, but ultimately ended up playing himself? So at the last minute, they tried to force him on the party as the consensus candidate for the APC presidential space. Tinubu wrestled both of them to the ground. So now he's lost that presidential ticket, of course. Tinubu holds that, but he did not put down a down payment on his senatorial seat. So he's lost that as well to some obscure name now. So he tried to play the space, but ended up playing himself.
Yeah, he wanted to come back by any means, Of course, they wanted to ascend the presidency so he can contest Tinubu truncate that away from him, So I can't even imagine Tinubu, giving him a space in his party, Tinubu win. I mean, there's no way somebody that caliber, him and the president chairman. I mean, if I'm Tinubu, if I sent to that place, I mean, he'd be gone. I don't know how they do that. It has to be a new election, or the president, the Tinubu president, he become president, does he have the authority to just truncate the chairmanship away from they have to have election, depending on their constitution. But going back to Malami, he tried everything possible. Believe me, he wanted to be there. If there's any way, I don't know, do anything possible, he would have done it. He have tried everything possible to be in that place. But at the end of the day, the rule of law prevail, in this case, because there's no way he's going to override that or, to come into the Senate. So it's about time that he leave, 23 years. Wow, that's a long time. So, that's the right thing to do. Just need to go sit down, and enjoy his money. That's the way I see it, that angle.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So stay with us. Let me go on from you to Igbo, only because he's joining us from Nigeria, and I'm always quite keen to hear quickly from people in Nigeria because of the network issues that we sometimes get from that place. So, Igbo, are you ready to go? Igbo. Igbo. All right. Okay, let God give us something or the other. Let God give us a leader. Igbo. Look at that. You see?
Look at
that. It's in prayer and worship at the moment. It's serving the Lord. So let us leave Igbo to service, but let's hear from Engineer, who hopefully is with us. Engineer, are you ready? All right, everybody has abandoned station. Thomas, what about you? All right,
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Thomas. So to you then, Thomas, and to the conversation. My job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So all the speculations must now come to an end. Obasanjo clearly an obedient, but what are you making of it? Baba Yabo and the Anambra man. Thomas.
Thank you, Mama. I've been laughing since. Woman, can I give some feedback? Some people that have recommend this channel for.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. We're always interested in
feedback. Some people that I recommend this channel for, they give me some feedback, and I know you won't do that. Maybe the person that did this, Ovie, in the money section. Ovie is doing very well. Very perfectly is doing very well. I give him the kudos. And I give you too the kudos for giving him the opportunity to do that. But there are some of our panelists that normally come here to they will listen to, they have been listening for 2 days or 2 sessions ago, and they will come to speak of ill of the panelists. And the person they are speaking against is not there to reply. I would just advise Obi, if somebody wants to speak against the panelists that have spoken in the past, they should speak when the person is there to reply what they are saying.
Give me the instance you're talking about, because
yes. If you don't mind, can I mention name?
No, of course. Let's hear what happened, because sometimes when I log OVA on, I just leave it in trust, because oftentimes I'm busy doing other things, but I only really come to log him in and log him out. But what happened?
Oh yes, what happened is Bartholomew came 2 days ago. He spoke on Enigmatic, that is speaking against the Hebrew, and I don't think Enigmatic did that, but he just said it. Enigmatic wasn't there to reply, and yesterday Enigmatic was there. He didn't speak against Enigmatic. He spoke against another panelist that is not on the panel. It doesn't make sense to me. If you want to speak against somebody, somebody has to be there to reply. There's a right to reply for everything that you want to say. And I know you don't like it. If somebody wants to speak against somebody, you will tell them the person is not here to reply you, so you won't entertain it. I would just advise Obi. That's the feedback I got from people I recommend this channel for. Anybody want to speak against somebody or want to raise a observation on somebody, let the person that you want to speak on, let it be there to reply. The right to reply is very good. That is just my observation for people, and I know you also like that as well.
So right. Yes, I'll bring it to obvious attention, but to the conversation.
Yes, to the conversation. If you could remember, we were speaking on Obasanjo endorsing Peter Obi. I could remember that day, Kolata and Ajale Koko said it, that Obasanjo is backing Peter Obi, and I agree with them that day. I don't know why Obasanjo is doing that. Maybe he's doing that for equity, and accountability, and everything. But to me, in my opinion, I think he should be backing Tinubu. But I know why he's not backing Tinubu. Maybe because of the brouhaha they have had before when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, and he can't back Atiku because Obasanjo has came out. It's even in his book that he even wrote that one of his regret is choosing Atiku as his president. So if Obasanjo decide to endorse Peter Obi, good for him. Everybody have the right. I don't have the right to say he doesn't have the right to choose what he wants to choose. Good for him. I give him respect. Then and Ajale Kuku have been saying this, that Obasanjo is maybe backing Peter Obi on the basis of equity, accountability, and federal character, that everybody should have their share in all the presidency, from the Igbo to the Yoruba and to the Hausas. So if Obasanjo is backing him, it's good for him. But previous people that Obasanjo have backed, Obasanjo supports Atiku the last time. Did he win the election? No, he didn't win the election. So,
Thomas, can I interject?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let me ask you something. You made a reference. Why must he back Tinubu?
In my opinion, because he's a Yoruba man. Both of them are Yoruba man.
Why does he have to be Yoruba man to back a Yoruba man?
That is my opinion.
No. Believe me, okay? Let me tell you, okay? I respect your opinion. When you come to, you have to be Yoruba man. I don't have any issue about that. You got to vote for Yoruba man. That's your opinion. I mean, I don't really believe that because I'm Igbo. I have to be an Igbo. I have to back it. But that's fine. I believe you are. I was just saying, what is your rationality that he has to back has to back Tinubu, and you explain because he's a Yoruba man, so you need to back Yoruba man. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, that is my opinion, and I think
no problem.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
I think Obasanjo should be backing Tinubu, and I know, and you could remember Obasanjo. Tinubu visited Obasanjo in Malta, and Obasanjo did as if he's backing him. He held his hand, took him to a private room, and they said they have a discussion, which we don't know what they discussed about. But if Obasanjo is backing Obi, he has the right to back anybody he wants to back. I have the right to back anybody I want to back. So I don't find anything bad in that one man. He has the right to back anybody.
Is there any political value to that backing? Or Kulata was saying that, or was it enigmatic? Was saying that it gives him credibility within the national space. But does Obasanjo's backing of Peter Obi, does he have any real cachet other than just a publicity stunt?
To me, it doesn't bring anything to the vote. I'll repeat it again. It doesn't bring anything to the vote of Peter Obi. Obasanjo's territory, Obasanjo is in Nigeria, is one Nigeria, we know that. But the local territory of Obasanjo is Yoruba land. And Obasanjo can't command Yoruba people to vote for Peter Obi. It will never happen. Yoruba will vote for who they want to vote for. And the vast majority of Yoruba man on the street today will vote for Tinubu, if you like it or not. A vast majority, people, I can say 80%, will still back Tinubu. They will still vote for a Yoruba man. They will vote for any Yoruba on the ballot. And the biggest Yoruba on the ballot is Tinubu. Let us deceive ourselves. Adewale is there. I know he can't win election. That is who I want. Showore is there. I know he can't win election. that if she already become president, I won't be object to it because I know it will work, and it's from Yoruba land as well. So a average Yoruba people on the streets will not listen to Obasanjo. Everybody have their rights to vote for who they want to vote for. And a vast majority of Yoruba people will still vote for Tinubu. Obasanjo can't command them to vote for Peter Obi or to vote for any other people. No, they will still vote for Yoruba person or they will vote for Tinubu. You can see all the actors, all of them on the street shouting Jagaban. Everybody in Lagos, the actor, the actresses in Yoruba land, they are backing Tinubu. The videos are there. So to me, it doesn't bring anything on the table for Peter Obi because Obasanjo can't change Yoruba mind to vote for him. So that is just my opinion. I could be wrong, but as a Yoruba man, Yoruba people will still vote for their own. Igbo people will vote for their own. Hausa people will vote for their own. That is the blatant truth. You take it or leave it. So Obasanjo, to me, I give him respect, but Obasanjo as a Nigerian, he has only one vote. He has only one vote.
But Obasanjo, yes. He has only one vote, but he has national recognition and respect, so, and influence. You know, Obasanjo is probably the most powerful Nigerian that there is. You know. Yes,
and most respected, even throughout the whole world.
Yes.
In
fact, he is. Which other Nigerian is even more respected than Wole Soyinka, I suspect?
Throughout the whole world.
All right, let's actually do a hierarchy of three. Just now you've opened that space. If you want, if you were to come up with a list, and we do this as a round robin question, but very rapidly. If you were to come up with a list of three most respected Nigerians globally, what would your three be in hierarchical order? Most respected, second and third Nigerians globally as of today.
As of today, Obasanjo is the first on my own list. I will pick Okonjo-Iweala the second, and I will put my third will be two. I will put Wole Soyinka and Adesina in my third list.
Who is Adesina? The African Bank's person.
The African Bank, yeah, African Bank guy. Right. Okonjo-Iweala, my second. Obasanjo is the first.
One more. Can I interject to that?
Yeah, no, you will interject, but I'm making it a round robin question, so everybody will answer that question. But let me start from engineer to land on Ego. So, engineer, are you there? And do you want to? All right, we don't have engineer. So anybody that we don't have, I have to step them off the screen. So engineer, all right, we don't have engineer. So Kulata is just something that a space that Thomas opened up.
Is it dead or alive?
Let's do alive first, and then we do dead or alive. So do alive first, and then do
Okonjo is my number one.
Is your number one? Okay.
No, my number one, followed by Obasanjo. Number three, maybe Burna Boy.
Is he respected though, or is it?
Yes, now.
Is it followed? Is it followed?
Give me my time now.
He's followed.
No, everybody gets the question. Man of prestige. So don't.
No, but my number three is Burna Boy.
All right. Okay. Dead or alive? Give us dead or alive. Kulata.
Oh, dead or alive?
Yeah.
Fela Anikulapo Kuti.
It will be the most respected.
Yes, Fela.
Right.
Okonjo is dead or alive. Okonjo she's a rock star. Right. Then the last person is probably what's that guy's name called? Yikes. I can't remember. One of these returning people from Brazil or whatever. The name escapes me, but I'll say Fela and Okonjo number two. It's not Burna Boy number three. I just can't remember number three. Skip me.
Would you put Burna Boy ahead of Chimamanda or Doche or something?
Oh yeah, Chimamanda. I forgot about her, but Chimamanda. This feminism is too much. Maybe I'm a bit conflicted about Chimamanda. Although she's very influential. Let me not lie. It's just maybe just that feminism thing robs me one kind.
I cannot stand that woman, but
Chimamanda will probably be top 10, but not my top 5. But she's there. I'm biased. Let me put it that way. I'm biased because of the feminist stuff, but she deserves her kudos. It's just that too much feminism thing is played out in my opinion. But she will make my top 10 for sure.
All right. So to you then, man of prestige, top 3 Nigerians, both alive first, then dead or alive.
Oh, sorry. I was watching the debate. Let me go ahead. Yeah, thank you, one man, for giving me this opportunity. My number 1. Okay, you should have expanded to 5, man. That's
no, just top 3 now. Top 3.
Okay, okay. Thank you, one man. Dead or alive, we still put OBASANJO number 1. I mean, OBASANJO is my number 1. I'm conflicted between Fela and the Ngozi. Oh man, I don't know who to put you. Okay. I'm gonna put Fela number 2, and then I'm gonna put Iwela number 3. That's mine.
You will put Fela ahead of Chidwa Achebe.
You're talking about global recognition, right?
Yeah, global recognition. Oh, yes.
Yeah, not the most famous or popular. Yeah, recognition. Yeah, I mean, Chidwa Achebe is popular, but we're talking about intellectual wise. But if you're talking about global recognition, what does people like China people know about intellectual in that regard? When it comes to because of what he did. They don't, or him and Wallace Shirika, they probably don't know much about in that area. But when you talk about global, you're talking about the whole world, both in Asia even Saudi Arabia. Yeah, Fela has to be there. Because
one man, you are changing my topic. Oh, I said most respected.
Yeah, no, most respected. Yeah, that's what we said. That's still it.
I will put Fela number 2. That's my opinion.
And who did you put at number 3?
I will put Ngozi.
Not most popular or most respected.
Yeah, I will put Ngozi Owela there, but I'm going to put a 4th person there. Davido.
Forget Davido. Now it's top 3. You will have your 3.
I'm making it 4. I'm going to make it 4. I don't care what he said. I want everybody to hear it. Davido.
All right. Let's go on to the progressive. So the progressive is just a fun little question. But who would you say, as of now, first alive, then subsequently dead or alive? But give us your alive first 3 first. The most respected Nigerians globally.
Okay, thank you very much, Roman. I think the answers have been kind of shifting the question in the different direction, because when you say most respected, are you talking about the recognized by the international government or international political space, or just respected in generally?
Well, recognized and respected. So somebody that is known as a Nigerian globally and respected for the person that they are. So they must command some form of admiration and respect.
Okay, for me, I think though Obasanjo does not have the political prowess in Nigeria, but within the outside community is very well respected. So I'll put Obasanjo at the top. Then I'll put Goodluck Ebele Jonathan on this as number 2. Then I'll put Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as number 3.
Okay, you've chosen a list of all politicians. So you think Madam Ngozi is more respected than Wole Soyinka, would you say?
I would probably say I would say more respected, but I think she command more. She's more currently.
She's more relevant. Will you say she's more relevant?
Yeah, sorry, I'll use that language. She's more relevant. But I know Wole Soyinka is very respected outside of Nigeria. But at the moment, I think these are the current people that can actually open doors.
All right, brilliant. So let's take the same question to Woto. So Woto, are you there? All right. I didn't imagine that he would be.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Okay, good. So hopefully you've been listening. It's just a fun little question that Thomas opened up. and we are asking who you consider the top 3 most respected Nigerians as of now, globally, that is, not within Nigeria alone. So the top 3 globally most respected Nigerians by your consideration.
Okay, by my consideration, I would say Ngozi Okonjo. That would be my number 1, and Burna Boy will be my number 2, and number 3 will be oh my God, number 3. I'm just gonna say my number 3 will be between Fela and this guy Femi, this AFDB guy. I can't remember his name.
The LGBT guy?
No. This guy, the
Femi Adesina.
Well, yeah, Femi Adesina. So my number 3 is gonna be between Fela and Femi Adesina.
Which Femi Adesina?
Oh, the AFDB guy, the president of AFDB or something.
Akinwumi.
Sorry.
Femi, nobody respects Femi Adesina. It's Malam Buhari's.
No. Femi Adesina, he is a non-entity. Nobody respects him.
Is the Afonja? Is the special purpose Afonja of the Malam?
No. Not Femi Adesina. I'm talking about Femi Akinwumi.
All right. So let's take the question to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, hopefully you are there because I'm sure people are keen to hear your list. The top 3 most respected Nigerians as of today. Ajanle Koko.
Number 1 is Olusegun Obasanjo. And then number 2, and number 3 is Wole Soyinka.
All right. I can't disagree with that list. Yes. All right. Brilliant. So let's take it on to Charlie Boy. So Charles, are you there? Charlie Boy. Charles.
He's on mute now.
He's not on mute. Look at this guy. All right. Thank you, Charlie Boy. So that was Charlie Boy. And let's try Ego to see if he's there. So Ego, are you there? Oh, okay, we don't have Ego. So thank you. So that was a fun little list. So back to you then, Thomas. And let me take you then in the direction of Nnamdi Kanu. That Malam Buhari has, not Malam Buhari, but Abubakar Malami has come out into the space to tell the people of the Southeast in their celebratory mood to go whistle that he's never going to release their Umahia son. So what are you then making then of this reinterpretation of the appeal court judgment by the Mala?
Thank you, one man. One man. I like your embellishment. I asked the same question yesterday, if you could remember. I asked you guys that is the other charges before he jumped bail, is he acquitted of that as well? People say yes, and I just kept quiet. I disagree. What the appeal court acquitted him of is the issue bordering his rendition to Nigeria. I said it yesterday that the current charges still succeed. So, and people said no, they've acquitted him of all the charges. No. Is the issue bordering his rendition to Nigeria. That is where they accused him of, not the old charges. And I said it yesterday as well. The federal government can still approach the Supreme Court. And people should not be excited yet, because the battle is not yet over. So that is the same thing that is playing today. So I said it yesterday. So And I said it conditionally yesterday that if they release him for political purpose, the federal government will leave him out there to do his thing, to disrupt the obedience section. But if they release him because of the good job of his lawyer and the good gesture from the court, federal government will appeal. They will not leave him. And Kulacha has said it all, that releasing him is a problem to federal government. Being in jail is a problem. It's two-way. Because releasing him, if they release him on that they want to release him unconditionally, I don't see Nnamdi Kanu as a person that will keep quiet. I've listened to him countless of times. Is Biafra or nothing? He has even swear on his blood, on his father's grave and his mother's grave, that is Biafra or nothing. Maybe he has changed now. I don't know. But what we know him for is Biafra or nothing. So maybe he has changed now. We don't know. But I'm not seeing Nnamdi Kanu, the person that they will release, and he will keep quiet. I'm not seeing him as that kind of person. And people are saying, oh, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. Now, a bona fide Igbo person is on the ballot. While if Nnamdi Kanu come out and start disrupting Obi's camp, do you think Nnamdi Kanu care about Nigeria? Do you think Nnamdi Kanu care about Obi presidency? Do you think Nnamdi Kanu care about anything happen in Nigeria? What he care about is people living Nigeria. And I respect his ideology. I respect everything he stands for, because he has the right to do that. Will Nigeria government give him that leeway? It's up to Nigerian government, but he has the right to campaign for anything that he wants for his people. And if some people of his Igbo extraction resonate with his ideology, good for them, good for him. So don't let us get it twisted at all. Nnamdi Kanu is not leaving very soon. I think one man, the best thing is like a pardon. If they really want to let him go, like a presidency pardon, I think is out there. They can do that. They will just give him like pardon and lay him up of all charges, and the court will accuse him, and that is it. But it still boils down to what is the next thing. It's still, if they accuse him, if they give him pardon, if they release him politically, what is the next thing? Is he going to give up the Afghan struggle? I don't see Nnamdi Kanu doing that. But maybe now, maybe he has changed now, but I don't see him doing that. So if they release him, what is the next thing? Is he going to carry the same, what he believes in? So that is the problem of Nnamdi Kanu's side. What is the next thing after his release? That is the problem of federal government as well. That is my own opinion, Wama.
All right. If they were going to release him, if you had that decision to release him, where would you release him to? Would you release him within the next week or two, or would you release him nearer to the election? Where do you think he would have the most impact on the election? Within which time slot?
Yes, I will react to personality. If I want to release him on an emotional ground as a human ground, I will just release him immediately. But if I want to be in a politician or as a president of Nigeria today, I will not release him now. I will release him like December time, so that he can do Christmas with his family, and that is very close to election. And I will just release him, go and do your thing. I will release him on
But do you not think in this by December he could dabaru the elections? Releasing him, do you not think not him personally, but do you not think releasing him could dabaru the elections?
You are right. He may dabaru the election, but he has been dabaruing the election outside of Nigerian shores. But nothing happened in Nigeria. Even his people from the Igbo land, they are still voting every election. He was dabaruing everything 2019, but it doesn't stop election in Nigeria. One man, it doesn't. So releasing him, I don't think it will change anything. The vote apathy will still be there. People that will vote for Peter Obi will still vote for Peter Obi. People that will vote for Jagaban and Atiku will still vote for him. But if they really, if APC want to do their evil deed, they will just release him maybe 3 months or 4 months to the election. They will just let him go and do his thing. If they really want to counter the obedience train that is moving like a wildfire now, if they want to dabaru it, they will just release him 4 or 3 months to the election, and they will confide him to what is his state, Anambra or Anambra, isn't it? Yeah, they will release him to they release him to Anambra. He will just continue doing his Biafra radio, and you know what he stands for. You everybody know. I don't need to tell you that. So they will just release him, go and do your thing, and I will repeat it again. I said it yesterday. I will repeat it again. People that will decamp to Nnamdi Kanu, they will go back. One man, if they release Nnamdi Kanu today, some people that you know that have changed from Nnamdi Kanu from their YouTube channel and Facebook channel or their Instagram channel to Peter Obi movement now, they will change back to Biafra. Some of them will change back. And I said this, an average Igbo person on the street is a sympathizer to the Biafran struggle. An average Yoruba person on the street is a sympathizer to the Oduduwa struggle. They resonate with them. So if they release him now, my problem is, I normally ask is, what is the next thing? One man, if Nnamdi Kanu come out today that I'm giving up the Biafran war, what will Nigeria be holding him for? If he promised, if he signed,
no, they were holding
undertaking.
For his past atrocities now. His past atrocities.
But I can tell you, as I told you earlier on, they can pardon him on that, isn't it? They can pardon him on that. But if he writes an undertaking today, a genuine undertaking, I'm giving up Biafran war, restructure Nigeria, give the Igbos don't marginalize my people, give them the equal right as the rest of Nigeria has. What did Nnamdi Kanu want? What he wants is better Nigeria. What he wants is don't marginalize my people. What he wants is good governance. Am I not right, man? So if he can write the undertaking, I'm giving up Biafran war, and he give them conditions, do the right thing. I don't see any reason for Nigerian government to be holding him in captivity. I don't see it. Because if they dance to their tune, what next? If they good governance, what next? If the Igbos can have the fair share in Nigerian politics, what is the bad in that? So that is just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think that is just my opinion. One.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Let me take you to one final spot, Thomas. The Yobe North space that we have been following all the way through. It looks as though Machina has defeated Ahmed Lawan to get that ticket to run as the candidate for APC for that slot. So what are you making of that? The Senate president, but this will be his last hurrah. It doesn't even get a political seat at 2023. Thoughts, Thomas?
Yeah, thank you. Now I think our judiciary is working. At least we can give them some little kudos, and kudos to the INEC as well. That they took the judgment from the court and they put his name out there. Let's just give them kudos for doing that. And I've been saying this. INEC, people have been saying INEC doesn't have any right to cancel any candidate a political party presented to them. You can't say that, because if they produce somebody that doesn't even, it was in the presidency, vying for president ticket, how can he be in two positions at the same time? So I congratulate Machina for getting back his mandate from the people, but will the APC work for him? That is another question, because Ahmed Lawan, I know he will not be happy with this development. Well, will the APC work for him to win the election? It's up to the party to decide what they want to do. But because if they don't work for him, it doesn't make any sense. They should work for him to win the election. PDP is there as well. All the party are there as well. Everybody should go out there and vote for who they want to vote for. But to Machina, congratulations, and congratulations to our judiciary sector as well. They've done well. We give them kudos. One man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Let me take the conversation from you, Thomas, in the direction of Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is ready for us now. Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go?
Yeah, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So to it then, Ajanle Koko, my job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So this is the thing now. The speculation now comes to an end as to if Obasanjo is endorsing Peter Obi or not. I think it's clear and unequivocal because this gesture now, off the back of the flying to London to hold his hand up in meetings with Yemson Wike and all of the endless meetings that he has been having with the Anambra man, there is no question now if Obasanjo is endorsing Peter Obi or not, I would say. But the question is why? Why would you think he's doing that?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Obasanjo's position, I think, should be very, very clear to everybody. Obasanjo believes in fairness, justice, and equity. And he demonstrated that when he was the president of Nigeria between 1999 and 2007. He was able to run an administration that was very inclusive, that brought Nigeria together. There were some of the appointments in his cabinet that were not even party members. There were people from opposition party. For example, Chief Bola Ige was not a member of PDP. He had him on board and he gave him a very, very sensitive position, grade A ministry. He made him a super minister. So, and they shared the position well across the board. So, even to the detriment of his party, to such an extent that a member of his party came out, particularly those from the north, came out strongly against him. That people like Bola Ige and some others does not deserve appointment that day from the north that worked hard and delivered their state up north for him. They should be compensated. You know, Obasanjo being who he is, it's a man that whatever he believes that is right thing to do, he doesn't give a damn about what people will say. So, so I'm not surprised. I think it's on the basis of equity, fairness, and justice. That is why he's putting his weight behind Obi, just like the same way that Afenifere did. And if we look at it clearly, we all know that the only region that have not had the position of presidency is the Southeast. Yoruba have had it in the personal in the person of Obasanjo, and representing Southwest, and Jonathan had it from the South. So, for the sake of equity, I think that is why he's supporting Obi, and I believe he believe in Obi too, that he have that conviction in him that he is the lesser evil among all those.
Ajale Koko, is there anything equity in politics?
Oh yes, there's equity in politics.
I disagree with you. No, if there is equity in politics, the Northerner Buhari will not be pushing for Ahmed Lawan or anybody pushing for Ahmed Lawan. Since we know Buhari is there for 8 years now, the presidency should be coming to the South, isn't it?
Yeah, it's equity in politics. Just that some people, because of their greed, will not allow that equity, to take its course. They will, carry out action to make it look as if, just as the way you are describing it, that, oh, there's no equity. There's equity everywhere. Even the Nigerian Constitution is enshrined that there must be equity in the sharing of position, a federal position, across the country. So the Constitution even spell it out. And that's why we have, what do you call this thing, woman, if you can remind me.
Federal character.
Federal character. So federal character, yes, it's represent equity. So there's equity in politics, but when you have people that are very greedy, that want to take it all, they don't want to share with others. They believe that, oh, we are the majority. Let us trample on the right of others. Let us deny them their right. So it's just bad people that we have, people that doesn't, are not patriotic, because it's in the spirit of patriotic we have that federal character, so that everybody will have that sense of belonging, and we believe in unity and oneness of that country. So about what Obasanjo has done, I believe he did it for a reason of equity, and I believe strongly that Obi can do better job than those thieves, the other two thieves that we know. So I don't have anything wrong. I don't say anything wrong in what he has done. That is what he believed in, and he didn't hide it. He has showed it clearly where you stand, and I give kudos to him.
So that means Obi is not a thief. Obi is not a thief. Obi is not a thief.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying that it's not it. I say it's the lesser thieves. He sees him as maybe the better person among those that are available now. The person that is still better among them. At least you can see Obi, whether we like it or not, is not arrogant. Is very approachable. Is very, very humble. And when you see somebody like that, somehow you can like him, even if you don't support, but for some reason that He's not arrogant. He's humble. He's approachable. He's accessible. So you can, that is what we like, and you can listen. Such person can listen when you put forward what you think that it should do for the common good of the country. You can listen.
Ajanle Koko, is there any currency in Obasanjo's endorsement other than photo opportunities? Because of course he did endorse Atiku Abubakar 2019, and he was roundly flogged by the Malam from Daura.
Oh yes, Atiku actually won the election, but Buhari rigged it. We saw it. They did it openly. So, but whether Obi supporting Obi now, we give Obi.
So how was the election rigged?
Okay. We saw it. We saw the way Buhari used the security apparatuses under his control to humiliate and, molest and intimidate people in some state and deny them their right to vote. So, and we saw a lot of rigging. We saw the way they did it openly in the north right there. We saw a lot of video, and we saw the way they rig it in so many states, particularly in what do you call it? In they did it in Kwara.
Koko, hold on a moment. Let me address that space with the progressives. So the progressives, I want to share just I beg your pardon, Ajale Koko, but let me share two screens with you, the progressives. So let me share two screens with you, and then this will give you some indication as to how that election was rigged. So before I share the screen with you, Borno State, as we know it, is essentially a war zone. It's the most, I think, at least a good 40% of that space, they live in IDP camps or they're scattered all over the place. Some of them even crossing into neighboring countries. So let me set that as a backdrop. So now let me show you the results from 2019 election. So this is the first screen I'm showing you. And then let's go to Borno State. So this is Borno State. This is where I'm highlighting now. So this is Borno State. If you take the totality of the votes cast in Borno State, 840,000 approximately to Buhari, 72,000 to Abubakar, Atiku Abubakar, etc., etc. So let's round that off to, let's just say 900 and something thousand. Let's just say 900 and something thousand. So that's the first space that I want you to see. So that's Borno State. So that's the first screen I want to share with you. So now let me come out of that screen and let me share another screen with you. This is still Borno State. So bear in mind those figures. So this is the second screen that I'm sharing with you. This is the Borno State population as of the last count, 5.89 million people. So what they are telling us essentially is that they've been able to, out of 5.8 million people in a war-torn area, been able to get 1 million of these 5.8 million people to vote for Buhari. How many eligible voters would you attribute to 5.8 million people? And how many people would you think will vote in a war zone? So those are just written figures. Those are just written figures. So that the people, these are the things that rankle. And they told us that there was an 89% electoral turnout in Borno State. They told us that the figures right across the southeast. They told us that the voter turnout in the southeast was less than 35%, the totality of that. So I mean, Buhari was rigged now. No, there's no question about
one man, you're using the wrong state as an example.
Right.
Because because don't forget, majority, not minority, majority of the residents in Borno are easily captured because they are all in the camps. So it is easy to access people in the camp, because they have to take the elections to them. Unlike the other states,
and there are 1 million electoral voters out of a 6 million population.
No, this is part of the thing I'm saying now, because of the accessibility to these voters, because they are all in the camp. So it is easy for you to increase the volume of voters, whether rightly or wrongly, but it is far easier that way than when you just conduct the election whereby everybody has to voluntarily go to the election.
I'm not sure that the people of Borno State, I don't think election is their priority. I think
what I'm trying to say, if you have 10,000 people in the camp,
I think dodging bullets is their priority. I'm not sure that they are in any hurry to. They are dodging bullets on one hand and casting votes. What are you talking about now?
One man, listen. If you
dodge the bullet and then you vote, I mean, what is this?
Say if you have 10,000 people in a camp now, right? And out of that 10,000, say maybe 3,000 are of voting age. Let's put it that way. Or let's say 5,000 are of voting age, right? And they're all in the camp. So what the government do, what the people would do, or the political party would do, is just take the votes to them. So the chances of majority of them participating in that election is very high.
But the vast majority of them are not in IDP camps.
Of course they are.
What percentage of the population would you say are in IDP camps in Borno State?
I'll probably say 60%. Apart from Maduguri, even in Maduguri, they still have IDP camps.
And how many people that are eligible to be voters would you attribute to a voting population of 6 million?
I won't be able to guess that, to be honest.
No, just speculate now. Speculate.
I don't know. You probably
have 1 million voters out of 6 million population, and 89% of them voted in one direction in a war-torn zone.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying to you, it is easier for you to get to that figure because of the competition.
My man. Don't worry.
No, it is easier because
look at this guy.
Let me tell you. Look, do you know Senator Ndume, right?
Yeah.
You know that man have not been to his village for several years due to insecurity. But every time he wins the election.
Yeah, but it's the same thing that we are still talking about, Ajali Koko. It's the same thing we are talking about.
We are telling you, are you okay? What are you saying? Are you saying that there was no rigging in 2019?
In fact, it was the most rigged election we've ever had.
Of course, election is rigged. But what the problem? Where I always disagree with those such submission is that when somebody wins election, he rigs the election as if the person who lost didn't participate in the rigging as well.
I was telling you.
Both that election, both sides rigged.
I was telling you. Forget about even both sides. Look, Olushola Saraki, they rigged him out in Kwara.
That was one of the worst. That was one of the worst examples.
Yes, they rigged it. It was open. The Kogi, we saw the way they rigged Kogi. They even used helicopter gunship to kill people. They sent some people to
Kogi election. The Kogi election you're talking about was not the presidential election. That was the governorship, Yaya Bello re-election.
The whole election was rigged.
They did it in presidential too.
All the way through.
They did it in presidential too.
It was the worst election we've ever had in Nigeria.
Don't let us.
They wrote figures.
Don't let us hide them.
So, you know what tells you that they wrote figures? When they gave Showore 33,000, it was just
one man. Both party does. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. If you go to places where PDP are strong, you will see exactly the same thing happening there. Look, since 2015, go and look at the participation rate of
what we are saying is that.
Yeah, go ahead. What were we saying?
Yeah, what I was saying is that they had the control. They had the control of the security forces, and they use it to their advantage. They use it
Yeah, but this is
to crush
are
other
you saying the
candidates.
opposition did not even, no,
Quick
go and
question.
look at the compliance rate.
Did you guys pay attention to the Atiku case, the law case? Anybody that understands IT will know that that was a joke, because all the cases Atiku brought to court, it was laughable. That's when I knew that Atiku had no case. So all this rigging that they said, I stopped paying attention.
You mean when
it
he was asking to interrogate the INEC server?
It was said there, the INEC server. They brought one Kenyan
server.
They brought one Kenyan guy.
And they had appropriated funds for two budget cycles to get a server for INEC.
If you looked at all the evidence that was presented,
I mean, what is Kulata? What is Kulata saying?
It's unbelievable.
The Kenyan IT guy that came.
Can I interject, please?
Hold on.
Can I interject?
Everybody bring it down. Let's hear from H.O. Let's hear from H.O.
The truth is this, okay? Whatever they have done in the past, I want to assume it's in the past. In this 2023, I have only one message for them. And that message is this: let the will of the people stand. And if they choose to think it is business as usual, and they refuse to allow the will of the people to pass, I have this message for them. They should be ready for bloody revolution.
Nothing will happen.
Let me finish. Let me finish one man.
Yeah. All right.
This is the truth. We are out. I have been silent for too long. And I'm asked out now to do that I was born to do. They stole my grandfather's destiny. We keep quiet. They stole my father's destiny. We kept quiet. They stole my destiny. We kept quiet. They have stolen the destiny of my younger one. And you want us to keep quiet? They have even stolen the destiny of unborn child of the Nigeria heritage. I said no. I said no. I don't care what other Nigeria are saying. I said no. Because we will visit their iniquity. Starting from 1999. We will visit it. You people may not be prepared, but I'm born to do this.
Don't worry about all that. No, hold on. It's just this is kumbaya. You are kumbayaing.
They want no more. When you come to school, they beat a child. They say, "Make the pikin not cry." You stole our destiny. You turn us to Yahoo plus children. You turn us to Losho and hook up girls. And you say we should not cry? No. Let them rig the election.
Wait. So if Auntie,
how we go do? How we go find this thing? How we go do?
Auntie H.O., wait now. So if APC or PDP wins the next election, have they stole your destiny?
Who should be PDP and APC? Who should be
the same one?
The same one. Who gave them the audacity? And Meshi has told us in the past. He said, if we do not stone them to death, they will not stop stealing. So we are going to do just that. They can never win an election. No room for a PDP, no room for APC.
But you cannot say that now. How do you know?
I can say without authoritative. You don't know nothing.
Okay, so who is going to win? That will satisfy you.
Anything outside APC or PDP. Anything outside. And if it
is this no, it's Peter Obi now.
Peter Obi win. I sent one message to her a few days ago. And I will send it again. If he win, and he no problem allowing talk, because I have one question for him. If Nigeria are in business, and he hand it over to these stupid idiot thieves, and they stole all this, Then he now has the opportunity to take back his business. He go come tell me, say, he not go ask them to give him wetin dem thief. Now let them talk. Not be here they hide the money. We go visit her.
You don't talk, say you no go probe now. You don't talk, say you no go probe.
I did not become a dual citizen for nothing. Enough. How can we have a great continent and some wicked idiot refusing to fulfill God's glory from the GOs then and the politicians? Their end has come. As far as Abubakar is concerned. This is why God has not allowed all the arrow of death by accident to happen. They tried it in 1999. I always lost my left leg above me. They tried it again. I have come out victorious after spending 1 year with God to demand.
Oh man, I'm lost though.
That they crazy. All of them.
Echo.
I am angry.
Echo.
All right. Idiotic people.
Echo. You are. Look. You are.
Check the video I asked Obasanjo himself. Who killed Balaige? Who killed Balaige Obasanjo? I've asked that question. I'll continue to ask. Who killed Delegiwa Abibi? We never said anything. War. We are in for war. Nigeria must be rescued. Our destiny must be taken back.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Echo. Thank you. If nothing else, nobody is faulting the passion. And that passion, can you hold on, please?
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry, do you mind? Sorry. And that passion is an expression of the mood of the country at the moment. Oh God. Sorry, can you mute yourself for a moment? Yes. The frustration and the anger that is boiled up, that is pent up within the Nigerian space, that is just the flavor of it. The lady speaks, but not for herself. That is the voice of all of us. But how does that voice, how does it get its way in a way that would not lead to what we all fear is the thing? Because we know these people are armed and loaded, but the thing is, are we ready? So let's hear from you, Bartholomew.
Sorry, good evening, everybody, though.
Yeah.
Yes, so I was listening by the side, because sometimes I know that the screen is full and everything, like for yesterday, I try all the best I can to come in, but I know that it was a tough day and very interested conversation, which everybody enjoyed it. So I'm not upset that I did not enter yesterday because I know. Even if I come, I usually come in and go out. So, all right. So let me reply to my brother Thomas, because he's only a dead person that can lie or against. I'm not here to disrespect anybody. If I do, please forgive me. But I am only say my mind, which other people always come here and speak their mind, and this is what the platform made about. So I wasn't come here because I want to speak behind anybody or
go to it now. Go to
all
it.
right. So I was that was 2 days ago. Enigmatic was saying something about Igbo people. He said all Igbo people. He mentioned all Igbo people, and I wasn't happy about it. And I come in the I didn't that very night I didn't get to get in, but I come in the morning. I thought that it's gonna come in the morning, and I said that. Enigmatic, if you have any problem with all Igbo people, come out and say it. I'm an Igbo man. If you have a problem with Obi is a politician. I am not a politician, but I am a Biafran, which I am Igbo. If you have a problem with an Igbo people, please come out and let us answer you. You are just a one person. Igbo is not one people. We are all tribes, but I am not against any ethnicity or any tribes. That is one. Yesterday, Joel was saying something about Nnamdi Kanu, which I know that many people in this very platform put him in that very long job, and he lost his track. He lost his track. Was saying if Nnamdi Kanu comes out and try to disturb Obi, that is something else will happen to Nnamdi Kanu. And I said to Joel, if
If Nnamdi Kanu did not mention Obi name and the Obi did not mention Nnamdi Kanu name, why are you referring these very two people? I'm so sorry for the noise. Why are you referring these very two people? Nnamdi Kanu have never come out and say that Obi, they're not gonna vote him or they will not vote Obi. Everybody was just excitement that they said they will release this guy or whatever it is, which we have never seen. And I condemned Joel in totally, which if Joel is here this very night, Joel is an Igbo man, I'm an Igbo man. I don't care if you're an Igbo or whatever tribe is, I'll condemn whatever you say, which is very wrong. You're not even supporting an IPOP. I'm not an IPOP, but I believe in Biafra and the good things that the IPOP people do. But I'm not an IPOP member. Now, another what I say, man, yes, one man, we were joking yesterday, and you show the hat that you bought in US. Let me say it in front of you. One man, that cap that you bought here is a woman cap. I beg, make you know wear them.
Who told you that?
I will tell you now. It's a woman cap they say for you, and they call that Joe Biden. I beg, make you know wear them. I go back up. I go back up. Say for you. I beg.
That one can we one man wear it lately.
You come after Thomas.
No, now woman cap you wear one man. No, a woman cap be that I wear.
You can get it and wear it for you.
No.
You come
That one
after
also.
Thomas.
No. One man, we are here. No, one man, we are here. We are not here for fight. We are here for joke, and we are here for serious something. I'm not here to disrespect anybody. Go wear that cap, may we see. No, cap now. One man, you know.
I will wear it now. I've spent a lot of money on it, so I don't.
No, it's okay. No. That one, not the cost for here. One man, but I'm so sorry, but no cap. So, but it's okay.
Right.
So what happened? I'm not here to disrespect anybody, which if I do, may the person forgive me or whatever, and I apologize. And again,
to disrespect anybody.
Hold on, one.
You slammed
one man. That's why I came here. That's why
everybody.
No, that's why I came here to speak in front of everybody. I'm not speaking behind anybody. One man. I'm not afraid of anybody. Now let me say tonight here again. Enigmatic again. Say something about Obasanjo. Say that Obasanjo is here, or they told him that Obasanjo was a half of an Igbo man. That is a very big disrespect to this very old man. Enigmatic. You have to.
Is an Igbo man now.
No, one man. You are disrespecting. No. Were you there? Were you there when they? Okay, I'm hearing you.
His name now, Olusegun Chukwuemeka.
No.
Where is the Chukwuemeka coming from?
One man. No, we cannot stay here and disrespect this man. This man is not in this very platform. You know,
it's been an Igbo man a disrespect.
No, it's not an Igbo man. Don't disrespect that man.
But don't waste your time with allow one man to the 1 year. No, allow one man.
Baba make you one. You know, so Thomas Ramondo. Where the tongue yaba.
Any of them?
Oh God. It was going so well.
All those are Jagudu Jara. They don't deserve any respect.
Okay. Hold on. You've done all that. No. I'm going to mute you. You've done all that. So settle down and let's have a Can you please?
Okay. So one man.
No.
Sorry.
Hold on now. What's
okay? I'm sorry.
Here?
I'm sorry.
It was going so well. So, Echo, we've heard the indignation. So, bring the tone down and let the conversation be civil. So, let people have their opinion. You can disagree, but don't rage all the way through it. But round off your thoughts.
Okay. One man. I disagree for Obasanjo. Oh no, go bring the proof. Make I see. You say Obasanjo Igbo man.
Already in the name now.
No, go bring no. Somebody can get
in his name.
Okay, make I tell you something. You know, I grew up in Cotonou, and they call me Cotonou name. The same minute I'm from Cotonou. Obasanjo may like he may like to deal with Igbo people. Doesn't mean doesn't mean that if from
do you know that his
Igbo.
middle name? Do you know that his middle name is Chukwuemeka? I bet you didn't know that. Did you know that?
I never hear one man. I never hear that, and I don't think that you're supposed to be speaking to that very man like that. One man. That man can be an old man to be can be your father. No, it can be sent out to Obasanjo now.
All right, settle down. That was
no, it's okay. It's okay. I know.
One man.
Yeah, I know.
Is it not there?
It's Matthew Okitiola. So I
because he go by woman. Because he go by woman cap. I make a call here. Come say Obasanjo. He go by woman cap.
Enough of all that. Ajale Koko, back to you.
Okay, so what Obasanjo have done? I mean, he have done what he be the best candidate to him, that he believed that he can do the job better, or maybe of a less corrupt among all of them. So let us leave Obasanjo alone. He is a courageous person, and of course is the only one among the past presidents that is still active, politically relevant. It doesn't stay behind. He always involved, participating and making his own input into how the nation can achieve political stability. So he has chosen Obi as his candidate. Good luck to him, but we know why. It's for reason of equity, justice, and fairness for Igbo people to have a shot as well. That's why he did it.
All right, thank you. And to the Nnamdi Kanu space and the Abubakar Malami response that his interpretation of the judgment from the appellate court does not set Nnamdi Kanu to go about his business. So what are you then making then of this indication from the Aboki space that they have no intention of letting go of the Igbo man?
Well, number one, as the Attorney General, he could file for stay of execution and file and go ahead to Supreme Court for another trial on Nnamdi Kanu. So he could convince Supreme Court that it's still a risk to the security of the country, and for that reason they should not let him go, and he can file for stay of execution to still keep him in prison, and pursue this case, indicating that he's not satisfied. The state is not satisfied with the judgment of the appeal court. So, but that is on one side. But on the other side, we know what this administration represents when it comes to human rights and they don't respect human rights, and they violate human rights continuously, and they don't believe in the rule of law. Supremacy of the law does not matter to them. They violated the law severally, and it's on that basis that the High Court, the appeal court, ruled against the federal government that they violated the fundamental human right of Nnamdi Kanu for the extrajudicial, rendition of him to Nigeria from Kenya. Appeal Court, stated it clearly in their ruling that Nigeria violated both the local law and international law. So Abubakar Malami, I believe that he didn't expect that judgment by the appeal court, and they would like to follow it to Supreme Court. Will he win in Supreme Court? I don't see it, because he has lost at both the High Court and the Appeal Court now. So we just have to wait. Nnamdi Kanu has been kept in incarceration for how many years now? Maybe going to 2 years or so, or over a year. So they should be patient. It's a matter of time. Supreme Court, I believe, will deliver judgment in favor of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. After that, we have no other option but to release him and let him go home, to his family in United Kingdom. And that's the way. That's the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. And Ajale Koko, to the Yobe North Senatorial District, if nothing else, this storyline has made us aware that there's even a Yobe North Senatorial District. But the likely representative in the Senate of that senatorial seat, we know for certain that it is not going to be Ahmed Lawan. So the possibility of Bashir Machina. So now the verdicts have now come in. The courts have made the pronouncement. The Senate president has raised the white flag, and it looks as though now that Machina on that ticket. So what are you then making then of the certainty then that Ahmed Lawan, for the first time, would not be a real player in Nigerian politics, at least not in any elective capacity?
Well, he shot himself in the foot. He was contesting for 2 different positions at the same, election cycle, which is totally against the new electoral law. And on that basis, I think that is why he couldn't have his way through. The chairman of the party tried everything to, rubbish the mandate given to Kashina, or what is the name of that guy? The mandate given to him by the members of the party at the primary, where what do you call it? That Senate president didn't participate. So, but you see, the rule of law will surely prevail at all times when people have the determination to fight their way, through legal means. Rule of law will surely prevail. And that is what happened in this, legal battle here. Machani, or what is the name of that guy, did not back down. They threatened him even to kill him.
They threatened his life.
Yes.
He was. Yeah. They were out. If he wasn't so high profile, they probably would have killed him.
They threatened to kill him. They threatened to expel him in the party, but he stood firm. He said he will not let that mandate be stolen away from him. And he stood firm and he pursued it legally to the logical end. So this is what, Nigerians, it's unfortunate that we are people with no lion heart. We cannot fight. We are just mouth, talk and go. We just talk and we finish there. We don't have the spirit like that of Shore that we fight to the end. if we are people that can fight for what belongs to us, that fight for our right, this country, we can take this country back from this criminal. But Nigeria doesn't have the spirit to fight for what is right for them.
You know, in Yoruba land, they say Igbo ya ju ogun. Igbo ya,
Then,
that bravery
yes.
is more potent than voodoo.
Yes. So we don't have that spirit of fighting. And another thing is tribalism that has killed our people. They don't know the right person to follow. They don't know the right person, to vote for, but they want to vote for tribalism. That is another problem. So, but in this case, this guy, we have to give kudos to him for fighting all his way through and, get, secure victory and finally secure his victory through legal means. So this is a lesson to those that believe that by the virtue of their position in government, they can, have their way all the time. It's a message to them that, look, the law is law. They have to respect the law. This guy, they thought they were still living in the past when they were doing what they used to do and manipulate the law to their own advantage. But it is not, everything is changing now. So Machala, congratulations to him. He fought his way through and he secured his mandate. And I believe he will win the election because his people...
APC usually wins that space. So
yes, I believe he will win the election because his people were strongly behind him in that senatorial zone. They stood firm with him. They said they're not going to allow the party to rob them of their victory. And it became, they really, Ahmed Lawal, they really show that he doesn't deserve it. He ridiculed himself. He should have left it alone and just let that guy have this thing. But he wanted to, by crook, measure and means to get that position. But look at what happened to him. Total disgrace. They disgraced him, and he have to go and maybe go back to classroom, go back to his teaching job. So it's just this is the supremacy of law playing out here. One man, yes, the judiciary have done well, and the Nigerians. If Nnamdi Kanu and the lawyer have not fought their way through as well, he wouldn't have achieved, the success he achieved yesterday. But when people stand up for their right, fight for their right, using legal means, they will surely, get their victory. So Shore have done it. Nnamdi Kanu have done it as well. And this guy have done it as well. So our judiciary can still work for us if we stand strong to fight for what belongs to us. So congratulations to Makali. I believe we will win the election. So thank you. That's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Ajan Lekoko, as we all know. So we go on from Ajan Lekoko. Let's take it in the direction of our HO. Not just really to have just a gender mix to the session. So we don't often get to hear our female voices. So let's take advantage whilst we have it with HO. So HO, you're up next, and we take you in the direction then of Obasanjo. My job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So a lot of people have concluded now that Obasanjo has now really endorsed Peter Obi as the as his preferred candidate for the upcoming. So do you share in this conclusion that Obasanjo has endorsed Peter Obi, and what advantages does this confer on the Anambra man? H.O.
His endorsement has nothing to do, because the youth has already endorsed him. So he's just supporting the youth on what they have chosen to do. So his endorsement has nothing to do. Then two, his endorsement has not made me and those they stole their destiny to forgive him. Because he needs to give us an answer. Who killed Bola Ige, the Attorney General, when he was in office? Everybody might have swept it under the carpet, but we'll revisit it. When he has the opportunity to put thought in the right path, he did what he can partially and left it undone. The constitution we are crying today is supposed to have put that in order, but he didn't. He must openly come to Nigeria to tell us what he did wrong. He knew it in his heart. He must tell us what he has done wrong, what he's supposed to have done when God gave him a second chance. He was about to be killed. When God prevented it to happen and gave him an assignment to put Nigeria in order, but he didn't do that. So his endorsement has nothing to do. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria youth has already endorsed Obi. They've chosen him before, so he's just supporting us. Because he has not left a legacy that make his endorsement to make a meaning. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, is it a positive or a negative then? Because it sounds as though you deem Obasanjo's endorsement of Obi as a negative. So does Obasanjo endorsing Peter Obi, does it take away from Peter Obi? Is it something that Peter Obi should shy away from?
It has added nothing.
But has it removed anything? Yeah.
And it has not removed anything.
So it's meaningless.
Yes, it's meaningless, because the truth is this. He saw where the crowd was going. And the typical Nigeria that we know. Now we have celebration day 10. Now they put ourselves, make it look like that we did relevant. So his endorsement is an irrelevant one. Because Obasanjo contributed to this pain and this sorrow. He contributed to what made our youth to be hopeless today. He contributed to what turned them to be Yahoo boys and girls. He contributed to what made them to be kidnapped. So his endorsement is a follow endorsement. Obasanjo, your endorsement is a follow endorsement. He means nothing as far as I'm concerned. And as far as
can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Ajan Lekoko.
Madam Esho, we have to be fair to Obasanjo. And why I'm saying we have to be fair to him is that if you want to look at since 1999, the performance of all those that have governed us or have been in that position of office, his performance have been the best that, before he came in, Nigeria was facing a very serious political instability. The economy was down. He stabilized it. He stabilized the country politically. He stabilized it economically. And he positioned Nigeria to international community. And Nigeria became a country that was once again accepted by international community And by so doing, he opened up that country for foreign investors, for businesses to come into the country from all over the world, and that helped the economic growth of that country. And he managed all the institutions we have today, fighting corruption, EFCC, this and that, all of those. He's the one that institutionalized them. He created them, and
he created the FCC, ICPC, all of these.
All of these things. So he gave us a template that if person that came after him followed it well, built on it, and another person, and this one that is there today, built on it too, and maybe Nigeria will have been, we wouldn't have the situation we find ourselves today. So he did very well.
No,
he did very well to some extent.
I disagree with you. I totally disagree with you. You are just painting a picture for me. A picture of the lesser evil than the bigger evil. Who brought darkness into Nigeria? What happened to the $16 billion that they budgeted for electricity? When there was no electricity,
it didn't do well there.
Let me finish. When there is no electricity, the so-called industry and investment they brought, how did it thrive? What happened to dollars? What happened to Kingsway? What happened to all these companies that ran away because of no electricity? Was it not under his nose that Atiku sold 90? How much did they sell it?
That is why he's fighting against Atiku today.
Let me finish. All the privatization they did, where is the money?
That is why he's fighting against Atiku today, because he gave Atiku that authority to manage that privatization.
Brother Egba Jaliko, your son, if you give him something, make him do, and he didn't do it well, you go keep quiet. If Nigeria not a farm when Obasanjo gets so, if Nigeria was his farm, and he gave it to Atiku, and Atiku mess up, he go leave Atiku. Make we call a spade a spade. Make we not call a spade a spade. He's the genesis of our trouble. God gave him opportunity to put things right.
Esho, can I interject for a minute?
Yes, sir.
Esho, can I interject, please?
Carry on, Ola, carry on. It is giving you the space.
Okay, let's say it this way. See, I got, so I give you, I understand the frustration, but can you hear me, please?
Carry on, Ola. We cannot.
We are listening. We are hearing you, Ola. Machine one Canada.
Okay, see, when we want to look at what OBJ did, it is very easy to blame Obasanjo, and this is why. You see, when this guy wanted to fight corruption initially, one of the I'm getting feedback, or maybe I just log out and log in back again.
Okay.
Let
me hold your line of thought for you. And your Abeokuta, and your Ogun State, in between Obasanjo Tiwa, what happened to your roads? Potholes everywhere in his tenure. Just like good luck, Ebere. Where do not they talk safe? Una not they see? Go and look at all the road in Abeokuta, all the road in Ogun State. He can't drive on it. That is why he fly helicopter to and flow of Abuja. So what did he do? What did he do? Maybe not they do tribalism, they do this thing.
Madam Esho, you know, it didn't. We are not saying that it did everything well, but you know, the little.
Nothing. My brother, if you get 50, if you forget 50% for school, what do you mean?
Okay, make I tell you. Let me tell you this. The way
if me and one scholar Obasanjo, in an average, let's say 50. 50 is nothing compared to waiting he meets. Opportunity.
No. Madam Esho, let us be fair. You don't meet anything.
I am not fair because you are not fair
country,
to our destiny. I can never be fair.
Hold on, Esho. When Obasanjo came in,
and I invoke the power of the universe against them.
Now, settle down, Esho. Settle down. Make it conversational. I think we share your frustration with the system.
Everyone, I am frustrated too.
Let's
make it conversational.
This is not frustration.
Yeah.
This is a lady who has prepared for war. Yes.
Esho, let me tell you this. You see, when Obasanjo came in, let me tell you this. When Obasanjo came in, like I said earlier, Nigeria economy was moving towards disaster. The price of crude oil then was $17 per barrel. There was, the foreign reserve was as low as maybe 700 million. That was what we had in our foreign reserve. It's like the nation moving towards bankruptcy. So, but this guy came, he was able to stabilize that country economically. He was able to stabilize it politically. And by the time he left buoyancy for that country. The debt, he was able to, write off, to work with Western world, to write off our debt. And, it left billions of dollars in foreign reserve, as well as in petroleum, what do you call it in central bank? This excess crude oil account. You see, so but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that yeah.
When before he come, history tell me say University of Ife teaching hospital and Unilag foreigners were trooping in to come get medical services. That disappeared before he came in. Why did he not restore it? Two. Well, let me finish. In his tenure, I spent additional 2 years because of ASU strike. Additional 2 years for 5 years course because of ASU strike. Why did he not sort that out? Knowing fully well that is the future of our people, our young ones. You want to tell me, you want to know what he did wrong, Abi? Was he not in power that time?
He did not turn Nigeria to Dubai. That's what he did wrong.
Wait. And they call for all of them when still our team go to bed, they go carry them back. 1 month come. In his tenure, all this problem was there. He came in when they killed Abiola. What justice did he find for Abiola?
Let me finish. No, I don't know where you are going. What are you doing now?
No, let me finish. Because Bola Ige was about to say something related to all this. They killed him. So go and ask your Mr. Goodman at Obasanjo who killed Bola Ige. Because he go see answer before he die, yo. He go answer that question before he die. So what did he do? What did he do? You see, we celebrate mediocrity in Nigeria. They are meant to be our servants. We pay them with our earned tax money. So they do us no good when they serve us. They ask for that position because they wanted to be servants. And we employ them to serve us. Instead of them to become servants, they now turn themselves to master. It will stop. So all this is my question. Obasanjo go answer you before he die. Babangida go tell us who killed Elegiwa before he died. And all the things when they loot to Dubai, when they loot to France, when they loot to UK, when they put for America here, they go vomit there. Because
who is going to make them do that? Who is going to make them do that?
Now me, Hannah Jebaro Koko.
Well,
Me, Hannah Jebaro Koko. I will lead the battle that will make them to return all they have looted from us. That put even the child of Nigeria that has not been born is already owing debt. They never born a more.
Madam,
you don't owe debt. You they also go lead the battle. I, Hannah Jebaro Koko, who lead the battle. And do you know the people that will back me up? The blood of the innocent that have died in the process, they will back me up. The spirit of Abubakar, the great warrior in Agbaroto in his time, who never loses battle, they will back me up.
Madam Isho, can I interject, please?
They will back me up.
Can I interject, please?
All right, yeah, you are taking us into uncharted territories now, but thank you, Echo. Let me take the conversation on, for reasons of time. Let me take it in the direction of Emmanuel, who is in Nigeria and is about to lose his battery. So the impassioned speech from Echo Emmanuel, it was all about the Obasanjo space. My job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi. So people are speculating that Peter Obi is Obasanjo's candidate, and all of his body language indicates in that direction. Emmanuel.
Okay. Well, man, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, everybody has spoken well. Well, one man, this is not a surprise to we, the obedient. It's not a surprise to us because we saw the handwriting on the wall right from onset. Like, we saw it coming, so we are not surprised. The only thing that it wasn't publicly declared, but we were not surprised. Then, if he asks if the reason why he's doing that, well, you can constructively said that due to that region has not gotten it, so he wants to leave a legacy. Knowing where Obasanjo, we all know the game he played in all these things. Everybody is bad in one way or the other. So he's not a saint. So we all know that Obasanjo has his own bag, his own evil part that he has been playing all this while. But he's a good man in some aspects. Nobody is 100% okay. So even Jesus that came and died for us, I think for now, he's the only one that is saint. Even the angel, we cannot trust them. So let's just know that no matter how angry you are against Obasanjo, yeah, the deal has been done. So if we continue laboring on that, I don't think we're going anywhere. And that is why, if you look at the way Obi has been saying this, Obi said that in as much as these people has ruled the country, if you labor too much on the past, you will not make any progress. Why not let the past go, make a progress, then now close the door where those loopholes normally happen. If you close the loophole, there's a progress. But if you leave the door open, chasing shadow, which you know that shadow is always there, no matter how you chase the shadow, You understand? It will keep revolving. You chasing after it. You will not make any progress, and there will not be result. It might be a small result, but it will not be tremendous one. So ideally, you should. We are not going to kill them, of course. They are still going to be with us, in as much as they are bad leaders. Buhari is not going to. We're not going to kill Buhari after he left the seat. He's still going to be one of us. But what of other one aspiring to be president, other one aspiring to be governors, senators? Let's, place a trajectory where all of them should be following the pattern they should follow. And it has to start with all of us. Like my principal, which is Peter Obi, has been saying, if a leader is right, other people will follow suit. Because if the leader is misbehaving on top, what would the follower do? They will do the same thing. You understand? And this thing has been there, even in the Bible, they have been saying it. If the head is not okay, the body will be rotten. So, him supporting Peter Obi is a win-win both sides, whether he supports Peter Obi or not. Like Madam H. said, Peter Obi already has his mass followers rankled around him already. So probably he saw it and he just wants to follow what is happening, and he believes in fairness, equity. There's a lot that in making him to support Peter Obi, actually. A lot. You understand?
Well, he clearly wants to use Peter Obi as a weapon against his political opponent, but do you think Peter Obi is potent enough of a weapon to serve the purpose that Obasanjo is intending for him to serve?
You are the one that actually putting it in that angle.
Well, clearly, he hates Tinubu, he hates Atiku, and he wants to use Peter Obi as a weapon against them. But is he strong enough?
He hates Atiku, but he supported Atiku last time. So you will not say that.
Yeah, because he hated Buhari more. He told us that Atiku is one of his biggest mistakes in life. So he hates him, and he hates Tinubu.
Yes,
so he wants to use Peter Obi to fight them. But is Peter Obi strong enough of a weapon for that fight?
If it is a fight, I think one of the strongest people when it comes to fight, I think is you give it to Peter Obi, because people are mistaking his gentility for cowardice, and that's why people don't know. And sometimes they'll think that as gentle as he is easily, moved by do this, they will do it. Remember what he said when he left, when Atiku was accusing him. He didn't inform him before leaving. He said that he made the decision just for the people. So he doesn't want anybody to coerce him. So if Peter Obi wants to do anything, he doesn't need to seek anything from all these politicians. The only thing he just wants to is to get to that power. You know how he's going to devour that place. So we know the game he played in Anambra when the security was disturbing him. So he said he begged them to do the right thing. They refused. Then he had to do what he needs to do.
Do you remember when Tinubu sent? He was sitting in his garden, a lot of greenery there, and he sent this video clip to Edo State to influence their governorship elections. What did the people from Edo State say to Tinubu?
I didn't see the video anyway.
Oh, okay. They said to him, Edo no be Lagos. That's what they said to him. So Nigeria is not Anambra State. So whatever he did in Anambra.
Anambra State one man
hamlet in the southeast.
Whether it's a little one man. This Anambra is rose out of ashes. We people don't understand.
What are you talking about? It's still in ashes.
One man. This is, if you go by history, this state rose from ashes.
What do you mean it rose from ashes? It's still just a nondescript.
No. I'm actually comparing it with Lagos now, because Lagos has been one of the center of Nigeria, one of the FCT of Nigeria before for some years. has been developed to some extent. That's what I mean by to Anambra, to compare to Anambra. Anambra is like, arches. Do you get? And coupled with the experience that Biafra had. Do you understand? So we all know that, and we are just trying to divert,
Can I ask
talk.
you a question on that, Anambra, please?
Okay.
What do you mean by ashes? And just tell us in a plain term, because when we mention Lagos, sometimes we think because Lagos has all the resources and automatically anybody that gets there will manage it. That is the biggest fallacy you can come across. Now that of Anambra.
No wait, there's no fallacy.
Now.
Just like Abuja here. Abuja belongs.
Wait. Marwa was there. When Marwa was there, the Lagos State could not even generate 600 million. And someone took it, and his successor, they took it from just partial of 600 million monthly revenue to almost 50 billion revenue within from 1990 date. Why did others? Why is it that others didn't see some opportunity and it has this thing? Now, tell me again, you are talking of Anambra. What has EOB done exceptionally, innovatively in Anambra that Cross River State, as we speak today, is still a bigger economy than Anambra? Meanwhile, Cross River was delisted as an oil-producing state as far back as 2009. And as of 2021 or maybe 2020, Anambra was declared oil-producing state, and they share from that 13% derivative. But as we speak today, the internal revenue in Anambra is still bigger than that of in Cross River is still bigger than that of Anambra, and yet Anambra has more population than Cross River. So if it's taxation, for example, Anambra should be doing better. If you want to talk, if you want to say something on industrialization, Anambra should be doing better. Please tell me one particular thing.
Thank you. I understand. Are they producing oil in Anambra?
There's one petrochemical. There's one petrochemical.
Are they producing oil in Anambra? That's the question. Is there anywhere they produce oil in Anambra?
There is a petrochemical refinery in Anambra. That one of those things that made Anambra started fighting for oil producing state status since 2012. This OB started that process, and they won that process along the line. Meanwhile, because Cross River lost the Bakassi to Cameroon, they are no longer oil producing country. But where am I saying this thing is, if OB has done something there, we should be seeing that thing from the revenue, at least from taxation. At least maybe if you have brought the unofficial part of the economy to part of the tax system, for example, we should be seeing that thing from revenue. So when we say someone has performed,
I shouldn't educate you what OB did in Anambra. You should have made more research, even to compare it. Because
are you not the obedient? Who should be educated? What are you basing your support on if you don't know what he did in Anambra?
Everything is what others have done, like road construction. Then good, he supported the innocent motor. Fine, I like that. But the question is this: what has this guy done to raise the economic status of Anambra? How come that Cross River, with lesser population, they still generate more IGR than Anambra? Those are the questions. See, when we say something, sometimes the economic figures should be adding up. But when you say this and you cannot find the basis for the economy, for the economic indices to indicate this thing you are saying, I don't agree. It's not all about savings. I've argued this thing. Even one man raised it here the other time that it's even a red flag, for example, when you say you save money for a state in a developing country. Yeah, I did the same. Yeah, I save money for Katsina. Yeah, I pay debt in Katsina. We know how he mismanaged the government when he got to that place. So what are we talking about? This guy, Buhari is a saying. Whatever they gave you that time,
my brother, you're talking with emotion. Wait, let me tell you.
I'm not talking with emotion. I'm saying
he's giving you facts and figures now. What do you mean he's not? Hold on. So can you hold on, Emmanuel? Hold on. Can you hold on, Emmanuel? How can you say he's talking with the emotions when he's giving you facts and figures? What is the emotional part of what is just said? So he's not talking with emotions. But carry on, Emmanuel. Look at that. He will pretend now like his network has dropped. This is what they do. This is disobedience.
One man, can you hear me?
Oh yes. Okay. Carry on.
Okay. So we're talking about development. There's a lot you need to discuss. You need to talk about health index, educational index, income revenues, human development index, and all stuff like that. Now, if you go and make research about this, I mentioned to you, P2B, if you combine Fashola and Tinubu together, P2B
no. Before you do the comparison, give us Peter Obi's data. Allah has just given you data. You give us data.
Okay. Okay, wait. Talking about human development index.
It took
right?
education from education, Abi.
One man, listen to me.
All right, go on.
Listen to me. According to Global Data Lab, according to them, because we are talking about data, and
Emmanuel, you don't check that thing here before now.
Wait now, I'm giving you data. I'm giving you data that's
where is your data? Where is your data? Send it to us. Let us see it.
I have sent that thing here before. I sent that global data lab.
That same data source that Emmanuel said started.
The one that was blanked out, Abi.
It's not blanked out. This is it started from. It didn't start from 1999. It started from 2003, and Obasanjo was still. Sorry, and Tinubu was 1999 to 2007.
We checked it here now,
so I'm talking about combining. I'm talking about combining Fashola and Tinubu on together.
Can you hold on, Emmanuel? Because I asked you a direct question. You are saying combine everybody. What has he done? So don't say human capital development and whatever. What has he done? Give us what he has done.
Okay, what he has done. I'll just give you a few things he has done.
Specifics.
Yes, specific. He did well in education, right? You want to hear that one?
Well, that's subjective, but carry on.
Subjective. He did well in health.
How so?
How so? Because he connects all.
How many hospitals did he build?
He built many hospitals.
You know, I'm going to check. So please don't.
One man, you don't need to check. I'm telling you that we have the data that even global data captured it.
Forget global data. That's already been debunked. Just
he built Emmanuel. He built one hospital, Nnamdi teaching hospital with 15 buildings. He built that one, and he built one cardiac something, and then he gave money to private hospital. That's all.
That is what you know. That is
can I interject?
That is what you know. Wait, let me finish.
No, let me help Emmanuel out.
All this nonsense, man. He always talks nonsense.
One man, don't call it nonsense. Because if a foreign country will come and capture those data and put it that way,
no, give us the data. Don't talk in abstracts. I'm asking you for specifics. So be specific.
But I have told you now, education. He has performed these two people. He has performed how so?
Forget it, man. You don't even know what you're talking about. No,
one man talking about how so.
You're just going to irritate people.
One man, listen. Even WAEC and NECO declared that Anambra is number one in Nigeria in WAEC and NECO. Are you telling me how so?
WAEC and NECO.
Can I interject?
So that qualify it to mean human capital development. Okay.
They just come up with these words. He doesn't even understand half of what he's talking about.
What does taking area boys? What does taking area boys from the street and putting them into Kai?
Listen to me.
Discipline and taking Agbero to last mile. How does that sound to you? Not human capital. Now,
let me tell you why it's so. Because listen, because during his time, he was arresting people on the street and putting them back to school. He was arresting citizens. All these citizens, he was arresting them.
Okay,
they were forced
no, please.
One man, can I interject a minute?
If you're
Just a
going to
minute.
say, but if you're going only if you're going to say something substantial, not all this ludicrous stuff we're hearing.
There's no ridicule on one mind.
Yes,
There's no way
let me
you can
interject,
compare
please.
Tinubu to Atiku, to Obi. There's
Of
no
course.
margin you can compare the two of them.
All
Even
right.
even
All
you
right.
join Cost a lot together, you cannot.
Very, very good. Stay
Let
in
me
your
interject a
daydream.
minute.
Just daydream nonsense. But carry
This
on now.
daydream nonsense. I'm telling you that the person that has been declared, they have been declared even globally. You're telling me that it's a total nonsense.
Declared by who? Declared by whom?
By
as
Global
what?
Data Lab. Go and check
Get
it.
out of here, man. Just go on, man of proceed. Please, if you want to come here, come correct, because this is
One man, you
absurd.
don't need to tell me correct. I'm just telling you now.
Just come
I don't want
correct.
you to
Don't
read
come
back
here
and figures.
and talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense here.
It's not nonsense, one man. It's not nonsense. I'm just telling you that he did well in education, and somebody is coming here to tell me
well
that
in
what is
any
that?
single thing. It was a categorical failure for 8 years solid.
That is a pure lie.
Solid.
He has
8 years
performed
solid.
Tinubu
He
and Fashola
failed by
together.
all of the
He has
matrix.
performed two of
He
them.
failed by all of the matrix of
He does
governance.
not fail anything,
A
one
total
man. There's no way he
failure.
failed.
A
He does
failure.
not fail anywhere. Education was top notch. Health
Okay,
was top notch.
all right. Let's hear from man of prestige. Yeah, let's hear from you. Maybe we'll get some sense.
No, I may not make sense to you, but I'm going to say what I have to say.
All right, go on.
Okay, I think the comparison is very unfair. I mean, you're talking about Lagos State that generates 680 something billion compared to Anambra that generates about 17 billion. I mean, look at that disparities. How can that be? That's uncomparable. It doesn't matter. I can come there and govern that place better than somebody that generates 17 billion because money counts. So I think it's very, very unfair comparison. What's his name? Ayo was talking about.
We're not talking about a parity comparison. We're talking about a performance comparison.
Yeah, but there's no way you compare Tinubu's performance
you clearly don't know what you are talking about.
If you have the human capital, you're going to perform better.
Yeah.
You're going to perform better. I think it's very unfair for you to compare that. And I heard Ayo saying something.
Okay. Forget Ayo. Peter Obi's predecessor and successor, they did significantly better than him in terms of the internally generated revenue of Anambra State. Peter Obi was only able to move Anambra by single digits in terms of internally generated revenue. And we're not talking about the actual figures of what he was able to get in. But Tinubu was able to move Lagos State by almost like 1,000%. If you're coming in from a few hundred thousands to countless billions,
there's no evidence to that. There's evidence to what I'm telling you.
One man,
you're just a clown. Get out of
one
here.
man. Let me say,
yeah.
There's nothing Obi do that is going to credit to him. So it doesn't really matter what Obi did. So, I mean, we have been through this thousands of times.
No.
I don't know
Obi
why
has
we're going
done
there.
nothing, though. This is what irritates people.
That
he
is
has
okay.
done nothing, and I'm inviting the guy
that's your opinion.
to tell me what Obi has done.
That's
and
opinion.
He's telling me global yam. And
I'm not gonna come here and rehearse anything. I believe Obi was a good governor, so everybody can say what they want.
What are you basing that belief on?
I don't have time to go through that. I don't have time to go through that.
Okay, so you don't know what the base of your belief
okay,
is.
I don't. Let's just assume I don't know. Just carry on.
Oh no. Okay, then why would you conclude that Obi did well when you are not?
I mean, most of you, I know who is.
It's based on tribe. It's based on tribe.
We know that
Obi is a Igbo man, and you are supporting him.
Hold on.
I'm an Igbo man. What's wrong with that?
Okay,
do you have a problem?
No. Forget all that one for the moment.
I'm an Igbo man. What's the matter?
Oh no, forget all that. Whether it is whether people here are biased or not, facts are sacrosanct. So
no,
I'm inviting you. Then you are saying Obi did well, and I'm asking how. You are saying you believe that he is good for the country, and I'm asking why. So whether I am prejudiced or not, that's not going to alter what you know as factual, and I'm inviting what you know as factual. So what are you basing your conviction on? That's the question.
Okay, let me see. I mean, we have been through all this 100 times.
Yes.
If one man, let me just make this point. I mean, it's okay how you feel about Obi or whatever. I mean, it's politics. I
No,
mean, we all
forget
enjoy
all
it.
that.
You
Stick to
come
the
here
facts.
with
Just
you
go
come
to
here
the
with
facts.
you
Yes.
come here with what we call O'Reilly factor or at the first news. You kind of spin like no spin zone. That's what you do. But that's fine. You're a spinner when you come to Obi. No spin zone. Yeah, people that watch Fox News in America, they know what I mean by O'Reilly factor. That's what you do.
This is where you always falters. I ask a direct question and you.
Yeah, I don't have time to go through that. We're going to stay here all day because that's it's okay. That's why we're here. We enjoy it.
All right. All right.
Do your O'Reilly factor. That's okay. We enjoy it. Okay.
All right. All right.
No spin zone.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Let's take the conversation on to the progressives, who hopefully is still with us. The progressives, are you there? All right, I think it got fed up with just the noise. So thank you, the progressives. Let's go on from the progressives then to let's go to Ola. So Ola, I think is the last voice we've not yet heard. So Ola, you're up next. So we go to the space then. Obasanjo's now clear endorsement of Peter Obi. What do you think underpins this, and what do you think will be achieved from it?
Yeah, in my opinion, Obasanjo always pretend. Always present. Maybe it's a pretense. I cannot say, but always like to present himself as a nationalist, someone that is a detribalized Nigeria. So, we know that when you see his policies, the way he acts, he appears not to even favor Yoruba. So people believe he favors other regions. I don't think so. I think it tries to project, at least to lead by example, to pretend to be a nationalist, someone that is an unbiased leader. So what he has done for Peter Obi, I don't personally think he wants to get anything from it. I think that is just his feeling. So he doesn't want to change the narrative around him to be someone that we can call a true Nigerian. So would I think Obasanjo threw his weight behind Obi means something? Yeah, I think it means a lot. It means a lot. Maybe let's just say it this way. Maybe Obi is supposed to get like say 2 million vote, for example. Maybe Obasanjo weight can make him get maybe 300,000 more or whatever. So, but at least is one of the owners of Nigeria, at least one of the class of 1966, if we want to present it, the real alphabets of Nigerians. So, but yeah, it's good. At least it's giving him confidence. Like I keep saying, Obi is a good project for the future, but in 2023, it's not what we should just jump off the roof and think maybe it's going to happen. We have to be realistic. So to me, it's a good thing for Obasanjo to support, because all leaders, anybody that has become the president of the country must be able, even if you are within yourself tribalistic, at least you must show to the people that, oh, this is the way things need to be. That's how a leader should behave. And Buhari behaved that way, for example, maybe the Nigeria situation will have been different from what we have today. And I know that people like to blame Obasanjo for the woes of Nigeria. See, well, it's easier said than done, but because I was alive during the Obasanjo, and I keep saying the government of Obasanjo made some of us that we are talking now do very well, excellently. If anybody that was working during the era of Abacha and jumped to democracy under Obasanjo, we know the difference, except you've not started working that time. So that's why people will not be able to actually compare and contrast. So to me, Obasanjo is a respected Nigerian that at least many people will respect him for supporting the Obi. So to me, yeah, you can hate Obasanjo for anything. And I keep hearing 16 billion electricity. Those are the 16 billion I keep asking people. Bring the budget, bring the revenues of the country within that period. Tell me how Obasanjo managed to spend 16 billion and still manage to pay the debt of the country and still manage to leave so much in the treasury. So people should just know that when politicians use sentiment without fact to say something, is an unfortunate situation, because if the like of Okonjo-Iweala will tell you, if the like of this Madam due process, Obi, Equivalency will tell you that there was nothing like 16 billion. Then what else do we have to say? And we keep holding on to all these false narrative that you spend all those things. So if that's the basis for the 8, and people will not see the good thing in Obasanjo supporting Obi, then we really have a lot to learn. It's a good thing, and I don't really want to understand any other political undertone there. It's a good thing that Obasanjo is coming now to support Obi. That is what anybody that calls himself a leader, whether it's Buhari, whether it's Jonathan, to come out. Because when you look at that geopolitical this thing in South, it's still the only geopolitical zone that is here to become the president. So I understand the movement for Obi. I go with them. But the thing is this: whenever we are presenting our facts, no embellishment. Because if you come here and you lie, honestly, a person like me, I will not say without talking. Because it was lies that we used to bring Buhari into power in 2015. And the lies we are saying now, it's just like that Yoruba adding, for example, they say someone that went to farm and you planted just 100 set of yam, and you came out and say, oh, you actually planted 200. When you read that 100, the truthful one, when you read that 100, you are going to read another 100 of lies. That is the case study for Buhari, is what we are saying today. See, if you want to present Obi with fact and figure, please and please. Don't come with lies, and because this thing we all have access to fact. Because I've never seen what Obi has done excellently that anybody in Lagos has never done. Oh, we keep saying, oh, Lagos has resources. We forget that the resources you talk about, someone did something to bring that resources. We keep saying 50 billion today. What did someone do to raise that 50 billion is what you'll be talking about. From 600 million since 1999 to 2020, 2022, now 50 billion. It's not as that easy. If it's as that easy, other regions should be doing something with respect to the situation of that state. That was why I was citing Cross River. How come Cross River is generating internal revenue more than Anambra, for example? Those are the things. Now, even Ekiti, as small as Ekiti is there, even the revenue is growing after this guy did all this kind of some projects, some kind of economic policy that introduced in Ekiti. We can see that it's growing gradually. We can see what is happening in Ondo State. We can see what is happening in Rivers State. We can see of data. We can see of everything. That's why that when you are telling something, back it up with economic indices. Don't just say accept it that way. So Obasanjo for Obi, kudos. He's a good leader, and that's what we want. Just like this Yoruba Afenifere is trying to do. So a good leader must be talking about equity. I agree with him.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So to the Nnamdi Kanu space, Abubakar Malami trying to pull back somewhat from the judgment of the appeal court, telling us that he has a different interpretation of what the justices may have said, and that interpretation keeps Nnamdi Kanu in incarceration. So what are you then making then of the Aboki from the north trying to redefine law and constitution?
You see, if he put incompetent person in power, that's the kind of thing you see. Someone was saying it this morning. I was laughing that it was only in Nigeria that appeal courts will give a judgment, and you want to go back to appeal court and go and appeal again until someone started correcting them that it's supposed to be Supreme Court. See, to me, right, whatever you see, what is happening to Kanu is just a representation of what is happening to an average Nigerian. It is Kanu today, it can be anybody tomorrow. So that guy has suffered a lot of injustice, just like when you talk of Igbo, just like the like of Femi Falana and Co. they suffer in the past. A reasonable Attorney General of the Federation that want peace to reign should just let go. You don't have case at all. So why are you wasting the country resources? Why are you wasting why are you abusing the court processes? This thing is as glaring as day and night. Even if you go to Supreme Court,
Ola, wait. Is there any reasonable thing in law? Do you expect him not to follow the law? Are you following reasonability?
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What was that law that is trying to follow? For example, you see, there are something when you want to do when your premises, when you build something on false premise, for example, the outcome itself will be false. When you look at all these processes, everything they've been trying to do, everything they've been trying to hang on Nnamdi Kanu, you know that this thing right from the beginning, you can see the evidence that this thing, all these things are falsified. So when you are now basing, you now want to push false allegation, everything you falsify from the beginning, and you are now trying to look for someone that will help you make the thing to become true. It's not the way to go. So anyway, you see whatever Malami is doing, for example, at Beggy, Malami is just dancing around. He has nothing to offer around that thing. Allow this man to go and enjoy with his family. So what else do you want? What else do you want? You are holding Showore unnecessarily when you know you don't have anything against this man. So what are we talking about? So to me, Malami is an example of someone that is abusing the judicial process, the process in Nigeria, which is unfortunate for the country. So to me, Malami has nothing to prove. That's my opinion, at least.
All right, brilliant.
Can I ask you something? Just one question.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Ayo, can you bring me the update about the internal generated revenue? Because the one I have here is recently 2019. Anambra generated more than Cross River. So can you show me yours? Anambra generated about 19 billion, and Cross River, generated about 17 billion. I'm talking about internal. So where did you get your fact, or is it recently that they overtook Anambra?
I will try to even give you that of up to March 2020.
No, I'm talking about internal generated revenue. This is what I'm talking about.
I know the difference between internally generated revenue and allocation. I understand.
Yeah, total IGR, the one I'm seeing right now, Anambra generated more than. I'm not talking about who has more money. Anambra generated more than.
We paste it, don't worry. Before the.
What year is that? Because the one I have here in front of me. What year?
You're asking him a question, then so let him answer. Go on,
I will give you the one I posted. I will post very soon now. Will be up to 2021. So it's not even going to be 2019.
Okay, I'll look into that, because you always want us to be sticking fat, because I know a lot of people be making up stuff here. That's okay.
Yeah, no, it's even good that you push it back. It's even a good thing that you push it back.
All right. So if both of you can post your sources in the comment section, because you are quoting different figures.
Yeah, so I'm talking about 2019. Now, let me be specific. I didn't say any of that yet. Just 2019. I want to be straight on that. I didn't say 2020 or 20.
So you're isolating it to one purple patch.
Yeah, that's all I did for now.
2021 is out.
What is this guy?
On budget IT, 2021 is out.
Okay, I don't have that. I'm multitasking. I'm
Yeah.
multitasking right now. I don't have that right now.
Yeah, go to budget IT.
Okay, no problem.
Man of prestige, man. Are you sure you are not looking at the same space that?
One man, don't go there. One man, don't go there. You're taking it. Hold on. You're taking a soundbite of the 42 every time you present it. It's just a soundbite.
That's where you are at the moment. Now you have not redeemed. You have not redeemed yourself.
No. You're doing injustice to what I said that day. I just presented for us to dialogue and ask you, can you take this? That's all I did. I never said I believe or I don't believe. So don't be using my soundbite to make me look bad, okay?
All right.
We are good now.
All right, apologies. All right, back to your
last. My man of prestige, don't bring that fake data you brought the other time.
Wow, Thomas.
I'm just poking you. I'm just poking you.
I go get you tomorrow, Thomas.
All right, man of prestige. So back to your last.
I've posted the link. You will see the PDF when you download it, and you will see the PDF there. So when you see the PDF, then you can go to page 47 to 48. No, from page 46 to page 49. and where you see appendix. So it is a report from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. So because when you want to check facts,
all right. So here is our last source, just for the benefit of the audience. So if you click on that, then the one thing that you will find out for people that are new to this space, there are certain characters that come here that really they never speak at a turn, and they don't speak as they don't know. And those characters, Ola one of them, and Kulata too, and Ajalekoko of course as well. So those three people, and when they are wrong, especially Ajanle Koko, he will quickly withdraw it and take the correction. But if you are talking about figures and things like that, yeah, I've learned through pain not to argue with Ola when it comes to figures. So man of prestige, Ola has posted his source. We're waiting for yours. So let's see your source. But back to you, Ola.
Okay.
So when they go to that place now, for example, let's look at Cross River. When you look at Cross River up to March 2021, they generated 6 billion, right? Grand total for Cross River is 6,401,536, whereas that of Anambra is 6,239. So marginally, you can see they still perform better, right? So when you go through all those figures, you keep explaining that, okay, how come you have Anambra with more population and it's supposed to be more industrialized than this guy than Cross River, and yet you are still having some kind of revenue, more revenue than that place. And when you are supposed to be oil producing state, you are supposed to get some kind of payee advantage, for example, over all those people. So how come? Why are we not seeing significant improvement in that kind of the economic miracle that this guy performed in Anambra, for example? So check that one on page 47. What I've just said.
All right, brilliant. So Ola, finally, let me take you to the space. The Yobe North Senatorial District, a place that we have been monitoring. It has come to its conclusion now. Lawan out, Machina in, justice done. But what does this mean? Does this mean then that from the very height of his career to the very bottom of it, from the man from Yobe State, Senate President Ahmed Lawan?
Where? It is it's a family matter within the political class. And I listened to Tinubu public threats when he said that he cannot go and lick his wound, because I think Lawan miscalculated, and unfortunately, maybe he thought by siding Buhari alone, siding the party chairman, that he was going to win, right? So when you look at that, he miscalculated, because he should have understood too that the governors, especially the governors that they have a lot to hide and that they cannot really trust, people like a person like Lawan too, that they have the stake in the political in the next political calculation in the country. So to me, where maybe he has not stepped too much, but I think, like someone rightly said the other time, they might find something. They may find something for this guy to keep his soul and body together. But would they really allow this guy in a critical position like that of Senate again? I personally think his career, his legislative career has ended. But whether his political career has ended, I don't think so, because they may still have something somewhere where they can use him. But all depends. If he goes all the way down to support PDP, for example, and APC win, there'll be a serious trouble. So now, as it is now, I would say it depends. It depends. If he quickly retraces his step back, for example, maybe they may forgive him totally. But if he goes to, like, say, PDP, I don't know. I think it's going to be brutal because, like the way Tinubu talk openly that day, you know, Tinubu sometimes they say he's a nice guy, but when Tinubu start threatening you openly, it is a dangerous thing because that means it's not the only one speaking by the time he's talking that way. So it's a dangerous thing. So to me, well, it's one of them. They can make him survive if he plays according to the rule. For example, now look at some governors now that even they looted their country to the last, to the last depth, but yet you see them moving around. Look at the people like look at a person like a Fayoshe, for example, who is after him. Look at so many of them who is after them. But that means that they just play according to the rule of their family. So to me, his legislative career is finished, but politically, I don't think so. I don't think it's finished.
All right. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So let's go to the progressives. We did try to come to you earlier, the progressives, but we thought we'd left us because we couldn't get a sound out of you. So good to have you. And let's take.
Thank you, Mama.
All right. So let's take it straight to the conversation. Then my job is done. Obasanjo gives up seat for Peter Obi at event. So I don't think anybody is even laboring any thought anymore that Peter Obi is Obasanjo's candidate. But why has he chosen Peter Obi, and of what relevance does that have? Does that have? Yes. So to that, the progressives.
Thank you very much. I think that one it's not new, except those people who try to pretend or wants to make it look like it's something big. We've all known this from a while now that Obasanjo is supporting Peter Obi. And I think you've asked me this question here before, and I say yes, I think he's supporting Peter Obi. Why is he doing it? I think I don't know. I wouldn't know exactly. Maybe he might say for fairness and equity sake, but Obasanjo is somebody that have been the president before. When he was the president, he didn't see it he didn't see it fair at that time for the Southeast to be president. So he should have, when the Babagidas and others came to see him then to become president, he should have said no, give it to an Igbo man. They haven't been president, so let's have fairness and equity at the time. So
what are you talking about, progressive? Repeat that again. I didn't hear you.
I mean, when they took Babangida out of, when they took Obasanjo out of prison to come and make him president in 1999, he should have refused it then. I said, no, they should go and bring an Igbo man so that we can have fairness and equity.
Why do you think he should have done that? Why?
Yeah, just to have fairness and equity, because it is based on fairness.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that when he got to his
turn, do you know the history that brought him to power?
But
do you know what happened in Nigeria back then that brought Obasanjo to power?
But regardless of what happened, he should have stand for fairness. The way
what are you talking about, for God's sake?
So what was the hold on 1 second. Let me learn first. So was the annulment of MKO's election, was that anything to do with a tribal issue? No, it had nothing to do with tribal issue. It was just military actions at the time. So why when they say they want to use it to compensate, they say they brought Obasanjo out to compensate the Yorubas. Did the Yorubas voted for Obasanjo?
Hold on. You see, the way you are trying to present this issue now, you are not putting it in the right perspective. Look, they are not doing to it. They incarcerated Abiola. They killed him. Yoruba stood up, fighting against those injustices. Igbo people in Lagos State, a lot of them that are traders run out from Lagos back to the east. They thought there was going to be war back then. You understand what I'm saying? The Northerner did not join in this fight against the military rule. This fight was only carried out by only the Yorubas. So after the death of Obasanjo, Abiola, now the nation now decided, under the leadership, under the leadership of Abubakar, that look, I want peace in this country, and I want Yoruba people to have this shot. The next president must come from Yoruba. All the parties agreed that yes, let us concede to Yoruba, because of the death, the annulment of June 12 was a slap on this hero from Yoruba land. So let us concede to pacify Yoruba people. And that was the basis why, you know, some people among the military rank leadership, you know, suggested that Obasanjo should be the person. And then when they choose him, they are saying, if he believed in fairness and justice, he should have considered to Igbo. What are you talking about, for God's sake?
Yeah, this is.
Do you know what you are talking about?
This is what I'm trying to explain to you now. When these people came together to pick Obasanjo, if it was for the Yoruba people to, if they wanted to cede power to the Yorubas, they should have allowed the Yorubas to pick one of their own to represent them. Okay, they didn't do that. They picked somebody who they know will be of their military interest, of the elitist interest. So they understood from the one what was happening, what they wanted to do. So let's put that one aside. But what I'm trying to say is this: June 12 was not anything.
No, is that blame that you are putting against Obasanjo that I am challenging? That blame that why didn't Obasanjo refuse that pick them?
So what
and consider to the evil?
What did Obasanjo do to merit that presidency? What part did he ever play in that struggle that gave him the merit to be the one that came out as the profiteer from that struggle?
He too was incarcerated by Abacha. It's only God that saved him. He would have been killed. What are you talking about? It was on the basis of the June 12 too that he was incarcerated by Abacha. It was on the basis of the fight against the June 12 that Yaradua was picked up too, because they were speaking against Abacha's misgovernance and authoritarian rule.
Obasanjo only criticized Abacha's government. He was only criticizing the government of Abacha. That was what sent him to prison. It has nothing to do with the struggle.
You don't know what was going on. You don't know. Say you don't know. You don't know the role he was playing under.
What role was he playing?
You don't know.
The progressive.
You don't know the role that Obasanjo was playing under the ground for actualization of June 12 too.
Exactly. Obasanjo was fighting for restoration of democracy, and Abiola happened to be the one that symbolizes it as at that time. So
come
now,
on, guys.
I was surprised.
Hold on.
I was surprised when someone said Obasanjo participated in the annulment of June 12. I'm still expecting that person to say how, because see, this is one of those dangerous information being thrown open to people.
Hold on one second. Let me ask you a question. I want to ask a quick question, right? Okay. So Obasanjo handed over power to Shagari. Buhari overthrew Shagari from government, and from Buhari to all the way through Babangida. How many times did Obasanjo come out to criticize those government, the one that took the Buhari government and Babangida government? At what point did he come out to say he wants democracy? They should give back government to elected.
Obasanjo has always been on Babangida. You know, there was a time that he was saying that at OAU meeting frequently. So see,
this guy didn't know. He did not know. That's why he's talking like this.
Like there's a serious bone in the throat of all these people we were talking about. The reason Abacha pick up Obasanjo was because of this June 12 and democracy in Nigeria. Now, do you know the representation, the mistake people are making? Because Obasanjo said Abiola may not be the messiah people are expecting. It's just like when he said Buhari is not good on economy. But does that mean that when they brought Buhari to him to just to endorse, he endorsed Buhari? But yet he's telling you that this guy is not going to perform in terms of economy. And today we see it. He said that time that the way we are celebrating Abiola, it doesn't mean it's going to be the messiah that Nigeria needs. So all this thing we are talking is that Obasanjo, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm concerned. Because you know, I voted, all of us that we are talking about, most of us here we are talking about, we voted during June 12. So we were not totally kids during that time at all. So
hold on. Obasanjo criticized Jonathan's government. Yes. Obasanjo criticizes Buhari's government. Obasanjo has always been somebody, since he has always been somebody that criticized government of the day. That has nothing to do with the actualization of June 12. He was not a participant openly or secretly in any of the struggle of June 12. All of these things are public. So why would he be hiding? Why would he be working behind the scene?
He was incarcerated. You are saying to participate. What are you talking about? Somebody that was put in jail by Abacha. How would he participate when he was in jail?
Why did he become the one who benefited from that struggle? This is what I'm asking you. Why was he the one who benefited from the struggle of June 12? Why was he the person who benefited from the struggle of June 12? He didn't play any part in it.
You want to ask God for that. You don't know whatever is destined on someone shall always come through. God, he has been destined by him. I mean, it has been destined by it's been destined on him by God that yes, he will be the civilian president after so many years that he governed as military. So let me tell you this. Look, let us put things in the right perspective. Don't let us be missing things up. When we miss things up like this, you will confuse people and then you will misinform people, and it is not good. That is what we are trying to do here tonight.
No.
I don't know what you are trying to achieve by saying, he should have surrendered that his peak for the position to an Igbo man. Why would it have done so? When the whole country considered that position to Yoruba, what are you talking about?
Which whole country considered the position to Yoruba?
The entire country, all the parties that we have. Hold on. All the parties in Nigeria and then fielded Yoruba candidate in 1999. Olufalaye, that was supported by Yoruba people, was on AMPP. There is this other party that all of them fielded Yoruba.
For me, listen. Who did you say was under AMPP?
Olufalaye.
So who was in AD?
AD he was the one that AD supported. AD aligned with Olufalaye. They formed alliance with AMPP to support Olufalaye. They didn't have presidential candidate.
So who was the presidential candidate for Abga?
The Abga was not in existence then. There was no Abga. Abga was not in existence in 1999.
But
I think it was in 2003 or 2003 or 2004.
There was Abga. Ojukwu.
No, there was no Abga. Ojukwu was in PDP.
Ojukwu was in the PDP. Ojukwu formed Abga from the beginning now. When did he join PDP?
Let Ajali finish now. Let Ajali finish.
Let's pull out the fact. It's not far from you. Ojukwu formed Abga. He was the first presidential aspirant. He did not get anything. Second term, nothing. What are you saying now?
No. Maybe you forgot.
Do you want to check?
Ekome was where? Ekome was fighting against. Ekome was contesting against Obasanjo in the first term. That 1999.
No, that was in the primary.
Yes, in primary.
In the primary, he lost.
Ojukwu from Abga. Ojukwu never joined.
Okay. I think you are right. So, but other major Abga is just a small party. So who care about Abga? But when you're talking about major parties that we had, it was PDP, APP, and Alliance for Democracy. So those are the three. And Alliance for Democracy did not field any presidential candidate. They supported Olufalaye, who was the candidate from APP, because APP is a larger party too that have presence across the country. and not like Alliance for Democracy that was only in Yoruba land. So look, this was the arrangement, and you are saying that you should go and concede for Igbo. When all Igbo run away during this fight, then I am saying this authoritatively. Majority of Igbo run away from Lagos. They run away. They thought that thing would result to war. Lagos was clear, free of violence, clear, everything calm.
So can I continue?
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That 1992 was it 92 election annulment of this thing. Igbo moved heavily, massively.
They run away. They thought there's going to be war.
Saying Onaize and the Ojukwu was saying they should come back. There's going to be war. You remember that time there was no bypass. They always passed through inside Benin to east. Benin was choked for luxury and trucks. People moving back. They thought there would be war, but at the end of the day there was no war. It can go.
So it was when everything calmed down after Obasanjo became the president. Everything normal. They started trooping back to Lagos.
Yeah, what I'm trying to explain to you is right. When at every time Obasanjo has had opportunity.
And Obasanjo has been criticizing since he left military president. He criticized Buhari. What do you call this guy too? Shagari.
This is why
he wrote a very tough letter against him, criticizing him. The same thing he did against what do you call it? Buhari. When Buhari came, when they were deviating and doing all this, the same thing he did with Babangida. The same thing he did with Abacha. And Abacha didn't want to concede that nonsense. Say, this man.
Exactly. You are making my point now.
What is the point?
My point is that
I am telling you, it's very consistent against misgovernance. It's very consistent against misgovernance. Very consistent. Yes.
Just calm down. What I'm trying to explain to you, I said Obasanjo benefited from the struggle of June 12 without participating in the actual struggle itself. You said no. He was fighting. I said no. He got incarcerated because of his criticism of the government of the day, which he has done so continuously with every government that is not his own government. I said that was what he was incarcerated. So it had nothing to do with the struggle of June 12. No, you guys were telling me that no, Obasanjo did a lot for June 12.
No. Hold on, Akim. Look, let me tell you. He played some role as well. But he wasn't allowed by Abacha to play that role, to a bigger scale before he was picked up.
I just think you're trying to make it up as it goes.
No. I'm not making it up. I can dig out a video. There's this brother to Abiola brother, that said it, that Obasanjo was contacting a lot of big top people across the country to see what they can do to make sure that the June 12 can be actualized. And the military, they got that information. Abacha got that information as well. His brother confessed. I have the video. I can dig it out and send it to. It should be more than maybe 5 or 8, but if I can go into my my file, maybe I can dig it out and I can post it to find. That was when I confirmed that yes, this man, I knew. I heard from a reliable source that that is what he was doing back then. But when I watched that video, Abiola brother, the most senior person in their family, confirmed that yes, Obasanjo was consulting with some people. They were meeting to see what they can do, to actualize that June 12th in a more, peaceful manner and not through violence. Yes.
Do you mean to say Abiola uncle, not big brother?
Maybe his uncle. I think his uncle. Did you watch that video too?
Yeah, Abiola is the senior. So Abiola was the 10th born of his parent, and the first 9 died.
I think his uncle. Yes, thank you.
Abiola has a younger brother. He's living in Kenya.
Yes, it's his uncle. Yeah, it is his uncle. Yeah, Yeah, it's
Okay.
uncle. I think you are right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to continue now. So one more, as I was saying, for me personally, I don't have a problem with Obasanjo supporting anybody who wants to support. But I think for the only thing I see about Obasanjo, I think he always assumed that he has more than he is worth more than he's actually worth politically. I'm not going to tell you today that Obasanjo does not have any influence. Obasanjo is one of the most influential in Nigeria, but outside of Nigeria. So let us understand that outside of Nigeria, Obasanjo is super influential. A lot of these world leaders, they listen to him, and he knows a lot of these foreign leaders, and they give him ears as well. So, but within the Nigerian political space, Obasanjo, for me, have no political value. He is not somebody who can turn around now and say, I'm going to support this person, and that person automatically is going to become the president. No, he hasn't had that value before he became president and after he left office. So for me, legally is his right. He can endorse anybody he want to endorse. He can support anybody he want to support. I have no problem with that. But I'm just this idea that people keep talking about fairness and equity. We are all marginalized. So if the Igbos are crying, the Edos can also cry. The Deltas can cry. The Ibibios can cry. The Benues, everybody can cry of marginalization. But one thing we all suffer from in Nigeria is that we are all marginalized by the elite. We are all struggling. We are all suffering. There is hunger in the land. That is one marginalization that every one of us are feeling. So I think we should all come together to fight that very marginalization instead of thinking it is our turn. We should give it to one area. We should give it to that region. By so doing, that country is not going to go anywhere because it's become a government that is determined by what religion you are, what tribe you are, what language you speak, rather than your competency. And until we turn around and then elect those people who are competent, those people who have the actual principles to want to improve the lives of the average Nigerian citizens, the ideas of and improve the educational standard of our people, we will never move forward. And those are not the reason why Obasanjo always support people. And this is my own problem. He will always come around and say, oh, bad government. But you were there for 8 years. What did you do? Obasanjo conducted some of the worst elections in the history of Nigeria. And this man comes out today and he's trying to tell us that other people are bad. So for me,
Progressives, let me add to that. In that Nadeko struggle, the Benin stock or the Edo people that their participation, nobody recognized them till today, and they actually were the foot soldier. People like the Don Pedro Obaseki, they are the people. They were carrying the radio from one station to the other. In that was looking for them.
This is what I'm trying to say, that everybody can cry.
They are well documented. They are well documented.
I know they never left, but today we have not been for that struggle.
Exactly.
But all the other people ran to London.
Everybody can cry of marginalization. If we want to begin to say fairness and equity, we all live in the same country. Not everybody have. If you want to talk now, you say no. They are small tribe. We all have equal shares in the country, so everybody have the right to also say they want to produce the president. But it doesn't work like that. We should not be doing this sentimental, using this sentimental approach when it comes to leadership in our country. If you are good enough, if you are competent, if the people say this is fine, that is it. If you have the right set of principles to want to genuinely better the life of our people, those should be the standard that we should be approaching. If you go and ask Obasanjo now, why is he supporting whatever candidate? He has never have any people agendas issues why he supports candidates. Look at his government. Look at when he was in office. People will come up and they will give you all sorts of figures. Oh, it was this, it was that, it was that. But what did he do? What was electricity? What was education? What did he do?
You see, Progressive, when we are talking like this, that what did Obasanjo do? I think we are just trying to spread some kind of hatred against that man. To say, what did Obasanjo do? That man did a lot. He's the best ever. I know that he didn't, in some area he failed. The area of electricity, he failed. But if Jonathan has, the way he privatizes, if he have done it well, to give it to capable hand, maybe we will have had electricity today. All the Obasanjo, invested on, generation, on energy generation. What do you call this thing? This generating plant. I think it's generation, yes. He invested on it. He built about 6 stations around the country. But Jonathan, with his corrupted, when he got there, instead of to look when he was privatizing this thing, they gave it out to their friend that have no technical know-how, no experience. They just dash it out, and up to today, Nigeria is suffering for it because the privatization was not given to capable hand. So Obasanjo developed generating stations across the country.
All right. The progressives round off that space, and then I want to take you just for time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. But I'm going to disagree with that Ajaliko position. The power stations that Obasanjo initiated, he didn't build a single one. It was during Jonathan time that they built those power stations. What the Nigerian government actually privatized in that electricity privatization was the discos, distribution of electricities. Federal government is still in charge of generating electricity, which is what comes out from those power stations. Obasanjo government did not build a single one. Number one.
Can I quickly say something about that? Just give me a minute. Let me say something. You see, Obasanjo came out openly, and I think some of his advisors corroborated that thing. You see, initially, between 2006 and 2007, they got that thing, they got the strategy very late. So they asked the local contractor that time, to be, they started building jargon, all those things. Now, what Obasanjo did that time was that most plants, quote it, you go and verify, most plants that you see that are still being deployed today, most of them were bought by Obasanjo because he said we took the advantage of the global recession, so that because the global recession, people were not making order for turbine, and he used that opportunity now to order so many turbine. But they made the mistake of doing their feasibility study properly, because that's where the problem is. If you remember when Fashola was talking about something, there was some power equipment order as far back as 2004. And when it came, the thing was just rotting away in different places in our port. In our port, when they accumulated them, demoralized everything. Fashola came out to explain this thing. So when you look at those people that bought most equipment for power generation in Nigeria today, it was Obasanjo. And I think, if my memory is not failing me, he spent close to $5 billion acquiring all those plants. But they failed to make feasibility study out where they are going to supply gas. And there are some places where the type of turbine they bought, they could not ferry the thing across because they never planned properly. So so when we say Obasanjo didn't do anything, even go back to his history, where between 1976 and 1979, a lot of projects he did at Shagari continue from that place. It was when Buhari, where Shagari did it up to this Tama station at in Lagos there. It was during Buhari that everything slowed down. It was the Obasanjo that came again that started this process of electricity, but unfortunately he could not complete it. And yeah, when I got to that place, he reversed almost everything that Obasanjo did, only for Jonathan to now continue with it later. So those are the things. The facts are there. Not necessarily. You see, if you make use of Nigeria Bureau of Statistics very well and some journal from United Nations, you will see a lot of all these facts. So it's all these things are in the public space. It's not this thing that, so they are not.
Yeah, my brother, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm just only saying what Ajali Koko said earlier was not the truth, because you yourself, you confirmed that he didn't build. You said he just bought the material.
No, he
never
didn't build because they started making orders in 2006. So
exactly. So that was the same thing. That was the same thing I replied to Ajali Koko just now. Obasanjo didn't build any power station. So that's it. Let's one more please.
All right, brilliant. All right. The progressives, give us a brief commentary on the Abubakar Malami response to the appeal court judgment on Nnamdi Kanu. So give us just your take on that, and then we'll start to round off.
Okay, I think Malami is trying to please his in-law. So that man is a mistake from I won't say from. It's just is a mistake altogether, because he has, since he's been the Attorney General of the Federation, I don't know. There's nothing when you talk about legally that has worked in that country. Everything is always upside down. He will challenge what he's not supposed to challenge. A lot of cases in court, they are losing a lot of cases in court. Last time he was fighting the governors that he wants to pay companies in billions of how much, God knows how much he is getting as a commission from that deal he was trying to. Let the man go. You guys they've made a hero out of nobody. Nnamdi Kanu was a nobody. Nobody knows this guy. You turn him to a superstar. You've made a hero out. You've made him a hero for no reason. If they just ignore this man from day one, just let him be talking inside that radio or inside that YouTube channel where he was talking. We won't be where we are today. But this government with a very thin skin, they cannot even investigate somebody saying anything negative about their government. And they made a hero out of this guy. Today, some people, it is now a god to some people. It's so stupid. Let the man go home. All the charges initially, you can tell as a government, you're not supposed to be revenging. If you have anything concrete legally against somebody, you use the law the way it should be used. Not that you want to use the law to show somebody pepper. It doesn't work like that. They don't have anything against Nnamdi Kanu. Everybody knows that right from day one. So why are they still holding? Regardless, in my own position, regardless whether the court had made this decision or not, they should have let the guy go home long time. Let him go. If he's going to broadcast, let him do his broadcast. Okay, you're going to be there for some people. Our government, our people, when they're in power, they act as if they're going to be there for the rest of their life. He's going to criticize you for 8 years, and you're going to be gone. Who cares? Let him do whatever he wants to do. Why do people just take these things upon themselves, and then they've made a hero out of a nobody?
All right, brilliant to upload. So thank you, Akim. So thank you. So we start to round off here. To land on Ajani Koko, of course. We kick it off with let's kick it off with HO, who may or may not still be with us. HO, are you still there? Okay, I think we lost HO. So HO being the star of the session today, just lit up the space, expressing the opinion of everybody about the Nigerian state. So thank you, HO. Have a good night. So let's go on from HO and let's go to Man of Prestige, who hopefully is still with us. So Man of Prestige, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much. One man, everybody. It's gonna be good evening and good night. Stay evening over here. Yeah, I'm gonna speak on two spaces. Can you hear me, one man?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, if you can give me a little bit more time, I didn't use up my time. The last time I spoke. You know that, right?
Right, you had plenty to say, but it's a short window because I want to go to bed. But carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to speak on Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian system is so a shame. Because the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria is totally illegal. So I don't know what's wrong with the Nigerian system. The court has ruled, and they should obey the law. I don't know what Buhari government is trying to perpetuate. I mean, let the man go. I mean, he's, you know, like the other guy said, I think it was progressive. I mean, he's not going to cause any trouble. Like he said, he wasn't even supposed to be detained. But Nigeria doesn't obey the rule of law. That's the problem. I mean, we are living like we're in a banana island. But I hope, you know, they make a decision on whatever they determine and let it be. Follow the rule of law for everybody, because justice to one man is justice to all. So they should obey the rule of law. So my final point is going to be about Obi. You see, I'm calling my brothers and sisters from all part of the country, the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Edos, the Hausas, you know, to support Obi, because Obi presidency will bring a pure capitalism to. That's the kind of capitalism he's going to be bringing to Nigeria, and it's going to be good for all Nigerians. So, like the last statement, everybody was talking about the way Obasanjo came to power. You know, every part of the world supported him. So, you should do the same thing to us, because, you know, we feel like we have been marginalized. At least we are one of the, we're one of the top 3 tribes there. So we should be compensated in that regard too. So for equity and fair justice. So I hope all of you vote for Obi. Okay, my brothers in this panel, I know you're going to change your mind eventually by December, including one man. He's going to change his mind and vote for Obi. Thank you, one man. I hope you do so.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, man of prestige. So, my vote is for Nigeria, and if Obi is the best one, then of course, why not? So, thank you, man of prestige. Let's go on from man of prestige, and let's go to Thomas. So, Thomas, you are up next. Thomas.
Thank you, one man. I will implore all my brothers and sisters on this panel to vote for a Yoruba man, which is Adewale. I know you guys will change your mind as well. One man. When HO's, I don't want to mention name. I'm sorry. When Alizada Gomez came yesterday here, telling us that if he felt, and what he has been hearing from outside is that if Obi doesn't become the president come 2023, it's not going to be very okay. That there will be unrest. I'm very scared when I listen to many people on the platform today. I'm just imploring the obedience and the supporters of Obi. Don't raise your hope very high. Obi will not become your president come 2023. So prepare for the uncertainty. And if people are saying they will be drumming the drums of war if Obi don't win the election, I will implore everybody that is thinking in that direction to rethink what they have been thinking of in that direction. PDP or APC is going to be your president come 2023. So prepare your mind. Prepare your mind. I'm saying this. It's not the breaking news. I'm telling you, prepare your mind. And please don't drum the drum of war. War is not yam and pepper. It's not bread and butter. Remember the Biafran war. We don't want war in that country. Thank you, one man. May God bless everybody. Thank you, one man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, then with a cautionary note there. So thank you, Thomas. Let's go on from Thomas to let's go to Ola. So Ola, you're up next.
Yeah, very nice session this evening. But before I give my closing remarks, sorry, the lead question the other time is like I said, Obasanjo didn't construct power stations. So sorry about that. That's not true. So Obasanjo constructed. I remember it was the one that commissioned Obajano. Whether Dangote constructed that one, I don't know. I remember Papalan too and some others, and he did a lot as a military administrator. So when people are saying Obasanjo didn't construct a station, both as a military and a civilian president, he did a lot. So when it comes to power, I think Ajali Koko was right on that. So apologies for that. Then, other than that, people, please let's just thumb up and let's just like and share the this forum, at least to let's get more people educated and let's invite more people to educate us too. That's the only way we can move forward. And I know, like I keep saying, I don't want us to repeat the mistake of 2015, because the mistake of 2015 is that we focused on wrong metrics to elect our president, and we are suffering the consequences of that today. You see, integrity, honesty is not enough. I'm not saying those things are not critical, because you can be honest and yet you may not be competent. You can be someone that can save money. The fact you are saving money can even be a weakness. It may not necessarily be a strength, because we need someone that will turn the economic around. We need someone that will restructure, give state police, and those that will be able to talk to people at the National Assembly and they will obey, not those people that will be fighting and be at loggerhead with the president of the federation. So let us think and act, and let us act. How do I say it? Let us act. Don't let us use emotion. Let us be strategic in the way we position ourselves for 2023, so that we don't come and be lamenting in 2027. Other than that, I thank you, everyone, and hope to see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So let's go on from Ola to the progressive. So if you can condense it just for the purposes of helping me out. So the progressives closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roman. Sorry, sometimes I join your program, with those of us on this side of Europe. Sometimes we're on this show where you're sitting down before you know it, nature calls, and then you have to obey. So
no,
most
I
of the
could
time,
hear the snoring. So that was we could hear the snoring.
So it happens sometimes like that. I come in and before you know it, I'm not in anymore. So I would say that I just want to say well done for a good job. You're doing a wonderful job. The Ovie almost wants to bring the house down the other day. So hopefully, thank God that you are back now. So I just want to say everybody have a wonderful good night. Ajali Koko, one man yourself, Thomas, and everybody who have participated tonight. I just want to say have a lovely weekend. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, thank you, the progressives. So thank you, the progressives. So we go on from the progressives to World Peace. So World Peace, you came in at the 11th hour, but let's hear a brief commentary from you, and then Ajahn Lekogo can round it off for us.
Yeah, thank you, Wama. Yeah, I came in the late hour though, but I was waiting for a link, and my other Facebook, I think they have shadow banned me. I was trying to find you there, I couldn't get you, so I have to devise a different means to catch up with you guys. But when I finally do, I was waiting for a link. I didn't see the link on time. But anyway, thank you, Waman, and thank everybody. For the Obasanjo space, it's not fair to say, it would be unfair to say Obasanjo didn't do well. Obasanjo tried, but not that much. Obasanjo have a lot of opportunity to make Nigeria right again. This state police we're talking about, regional government and all that we're talking about, he had the opportunity to do that, but he did not. That does not mean he did not do a lot too. He did a lot. Just that somewhere, somehow around the second tenure, he lost it. Probably some other thing came up, and I don't know. Yeah, that is for a passenger issue. For the Nnamdi issue and Malami is a don, but we don't just estimate them too. I don't know what they're playing at, but they have something they are trying to, they are playing out. Let me put it like that. They will not release Nnamdi Kanu now. They will just use him for whatever they want to use it for. And if they do release him, you know it's not for the betterment of that country, because they just need it for the political move. But again, I've said this before in a long time, that if Peter Obi does not win 2023, there will be chaos, serious chaos, because of the hope they are giving to his followers. They are not telling the followers the real truth about the election. You're not telling them what is the principle of election. When you lose election, go back, plan well, and come back the next 4 years. But right now, the way they are putting it, they are putting like it's their birthright, it's their turn, they must get it. And if they don't get it, heaven will fall. I've said it before. And I pray and I wish, yeah, that don't come to pass in 2023, because 2023, God knows that if he wins, maybe it's a miracle, but no, God knows that the way it's going right now, he's not going to win. Then for the Senate president, well, they know, he knows that he's not going to get there, but he's trying to bully that guy and to get to that position. I thank God he has accepted his position and he has moved on. I really hope he move on, not go and work against Tinubu. I don't have much to say. My boy is disturbing me. Let me go attend to my boy. Thank you for the show. I hope to see you again.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's get a short final closing remark from Ajan Lekoko, and then we say good night. So Ajan Lekoko, the final word.
Thank you. World Peace, Baba Bomboy. Yeah, thank you, one man. Let me thank everyone that came on board this evening for your contribution. You have done well. You contributed meaningfully, and I believe a lot of people, who are satisfied with the level of, intellectual discourse here this evening. And I hope you will all come back tomorrow to join one man to do another round. And to our brothers behind the scene, starting from the beginning to this time, I thank you all as well. Come back and do what you know to do best tomorrow. Come and join one man and let's do it again. You are the strength of the platform. And to our listeners around the world, please, if you haven't clicked on the like button, that is what is most required from you. Do it right now. Click on the like button, share, subscribe, and one man, thank you for another round. God's willing, tomorrow we hope you will bring us another round of news from Nigeria, and I guarantee you we won't disappoint you. We shall join you and continue the struggle, trash it out together. So thank you, one man, the Eagle. Have a good evening, have a good night, have a good morning. See you tomorrow, the Eagle. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So of course, when Ajan Lekoko gives his closing remarks, then that means the curtain about to fall. So the curtain falls fairly soon, but only to invite that you do exactly as Ajan Lekoko just invited. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube. Make sure you've clicked on the follow space on Facebook, and make sure you've turned on the notifications on our YouTube so you are notified when they come on next, which will be tomorrow, of course. Our 2 sessions are tomorrow, as we are starting to establish as a regular thing. So have your short rest only to reconvene with us, and especially the people on Facebook. Make sure you are following, and make sure you're not especially the people on every platform that we are broadcasting to. Make sure you are following. Make sure you keep on the notification. Come join us again tomorrow when we do it all over again. And feel free to come and join the panel. So the voices you are listening to, if you are new to this space, the voices that you're listening to, they are not designated voices. They are just people who come on by clicking on the hyperlink. So I'll post the hyperlink on the comment section now, just to show you, but I'm not going to let anybody in, so don't click on it. But for the purposes of the people that are new to this space, what usually happens is when the session starts, I post this link right here in the comment section, which you should see on whichever platform you are joining us from. So I post this link right here. Don't click on it at this moment. And even if you choose to click on it, you will end up in the studio space, but I won't let you onto the screen because I'm rounding off. But I'll post this link right here in the comment section. And whoever clicks on it first is who you see on the screen. So if you clicked on it, then you will be on the screen. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session. The only voice that you're guaranteed to hear is mine. And not because my voice is especially special or anything. It's because I have to open up the space and coordinate it. That's the only thing that guarantees that you hear my voice. But every other voice you hear, they make that a voluntary decision to come join us on the screen. And when they make that decision, they then click on that hyperlink, and then that brings them onto the screen. So if you want to come join us and you feel that you can make a contribution to the level of the conversation that you have heard, then please feel free. We are welcoming all voices, no matter how psychedelic your politics is. We have only one rule on this platform, and that is not to use swear words, because we're not guttural people. This is not to show the market, and we like to keep the level high. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.